The Honorable, the Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Vote or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I beg your pardon. I have received communication from Mr. Colin Mimbert, member for Diego Martin North East, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the member seeks is granted. Can I also take the time? I have the pleasure to please join me in acknowledging our guests from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association who are with here ahead of next week's Advanced Development Residency Program, Mr. Marshall Tisdale and Ms. Jael Dharam Singh. Welcome to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Honourable Minister for Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to lay the following papers. The 14th report of the Election and Boundaries Commission on the boundaries of the electoral district in the electoral area of Tobago, and the draft Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2025.
Leader of the House.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the second supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation. 3, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2025. 4, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule, number 2, Order 2025. Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 20 to the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, the government is prepared to answer all questions in the order paper. Question number 20, 21, 26, and 27. The respective ministers are in the House.
Very much. Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 20 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Answering question number 20 on the order paper, I want to place on record my sincere thanks to the Honourable Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa for the original initiative to introduce police officers in schools. Mr. Speaker, we continue to build upon this foundation of protecting our nation's children. Part A of the question. Mr. Speaker, all 50 schools identified by the Ministry of Education to receive school-oriented police officers have in fact received such officers. Part B. The selection of schools was based on data related to school infractions and suspensions, information on the socio-environmental context of the communities in which the schools are located, as well as recommendations from the TTPS. These factors were used collectively to determine and triangulate the placements of officers. Part C. There are currently 97 officers deployed across the 50 identified schools, supported by 46 field-trained officers. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Part D, training was provided to the school-oriented police officers. This falls under the purview of the TTPS. These officers would have gone approximately 3 months of general police training, followed by an additional 2 weeks of specialized instruction specific to the school-oriented police officers program. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the Honourable Minister of National Security for ensuring that trained, properly vetted officers are now deployed, strengthening school safety and supporting our educators and students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the Minister aware that the TTPS have been involved in schools for quite some time prior to 2025?
Mr. Speaker, that question does not arise.
Yes.
But how he not to give a ruling on standing order? Who is he?
Okay. The question, it doesn't qualify as a supplemental question. For the Spain South.
The honourable member say the Minister of National Security. Could he inform the public of Trinidad and Tobago who at present is the Minister of National Security?
No, that's an impermissible question. Come on.
You beat Kuvas out it?
Come on. For the Spain South, come on.
Mr. Speaker.
Shall we move on? Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education indicated that police are in all schools that were identified. Could the member identify exactly what date the full complement of police were at the schools? Because if as up September 17th, they were not. Could you identify the actual date at which all schools were given their full complement?
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, if that question is sent to us, we will send the information.
Member for Aruka Lopino.
Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. To the Minister of Education. Minister, based on your answer to Part A of the question, can you indicate whether or not the police officers assigned to the 50 schools, as you have said, are they permanently assigned to the schools or are they assigned on a rotational basis?
Minister of Education.
The officers are assigned on a permanent basis.
Thank you. Okay. Shall we move to question number 21, member for St. Anne's East?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 21 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, and I will say again, when we assumed office, we inherited several serious issues at the Ministry of Education, and this was one of the many that were left for us to clean up. Following reports of rodent sightings at the Ministry of Education, in consultation with UDICOT, the following were implemented. Immediate pest control and sanitization measures throughout the Ministry of Education Towers A and B. 1. Comprehensive rodent baiting. Rodent baiting was conducted on all floors of the Ministry of Education Towers A and B. Secondly, cleaning and sanitization. The MTS team removed all dustbins, and carried out a thorough cleaning and sanitization of the premises. 3. Proper food waste disposal. Staff were reminded that food waste must not be disposed of in dustbins. All food waste is to be placed in the designated kitchen receptacles only. 4. No food left overnight. Staff were reminded that no food items were to be left within the office overnight. 5. Clean workstations. All staff must maintain clean and orderly workstations in support of ongoing sanitization and pest control efforts. 6. Public health visit. Public health officers visited the Ministry of Education on several occasions, and no evidence of rodent was found. Mr. Speaker, long-term and sustainable solutions. The Ministry of Education, in collaboration with UDCOT, has also implemented the following long-term sustainable solutions for managing and preventing further rodent infestation. 1. All entry points were sealed, rodent-proofed. 2. Install additional rodent control devices, which include traps and trap-proof bait stations in key areas. 3. Establish a daily sanitization and inspection schedule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member implied that this was a problem he was left to clean up. When were the rats first reported?
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, this apparently was a persistent problem at the Ministry of Education.
St. Anne's East.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the attempt to respond, but I asked, when were the rats first reported?
Minister, are you able to give a different answer, or am I to take it that it's a comprehensive answer to the first question?
Mr. Speaker, answered already.
Thank you. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education indicated that he met a problem, yet he is not able to tell us the date of the issue. I want to ask a question of the Minister of Education at this time. Since the rats were reported on September 16th, does the Minister know if, in fact, all of the rats have been eradicated from the Ministry of Education head office at this time?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, at this point.
The chief of indicated he asked that Diego Martin.
Number 26, standing in the name of the member for Diego Martin Northeast, I am advised that Diego Martin West has been substituted in his stead. Right. So, Minister of Works and Infrastructure, Diego Martin West. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 26 to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure.
Minister of Works and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I find this question to be misleading in that it's asking about Whitehall to be made safe and suitable for the Prime Minister. Whitehall has to be safe and suitable for the staff that work there, for visitors who attend there. You know, it's not primarily for the Prime Minister. The employees stay longer in that space. In any case, Whitehall, as we know now, is subject to excessive flooding, right? Moles everywhere. And maybe the rats they're talking about are also in Whitehall as really infested Whitehall. So basically, Whitehall remains uninhabitable because of the extensive work that has to be carried out. You'll appreciate that it's a very old building, so you can't just put contractors onto Whitehall. No, they didn't maintain it, and that's it. So really and truly, the works are ongoing.
Bodoe North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member for Couva North. Up to the week preceding the 28th of April, which was a Monday, Whitehall was in full use, not only by staff, but by the
I think
cabinet.
it's a question.
I am getting...
It's a question.
Correct, and the question...
I know you've read the standing orders. It doesn't permit you to editorialize. Simply ask a question.
There's no editorializing here, Mr. Speaker. Having regard to that, can you tell us what is the flooding and what is the mold that prevents the use of Whitehall that began on the 29th of April, please?
Minister of Works.
Mr. Speaker, standards differ, you know. All right? The UNC, the United National Congress government, will not keep staff in flood water in a basement that is flooding, place that is molded, because exposure to that poses a clear and present danger. All right? What is suitable for the PNM is not suitable for the UNC. What they call appropriateness and good, that's not our standard. We are way above that, okay? So the member could argue how much he wants. I have no further answers.
For the Spain North.
By the 28th of April, there were no staff members in the basement. Can the member for Couva North please advise the public how many days since April 29th has the Honorable Prime Minister attended work at Whitehall?
Not allowed. Not allowed. For the Spain North, you know that offends every one of the provisions for supplemental questions. Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure. Can the Minister indicate what agency conducted the assessments to identify the mold and flooding and the other problems that she's speaking of?
Minister?
That's another question. All right? This is not the question. Okay? So he could put another question on the other paper.
Diego Martin West.
Mr. Speaker, the question does serve as a supplemental question to the answer given. If there is to be repairs done and the Minister is to speak on these repairs and make these allegations in the Parliament, should she not let us know who conducted the assessment?
I am to take it that the Minister has indicated that that's as far as she's prepared to answer. There is another avenue open to you to ask, and I'm afraid that's the fourth question. So we go now to question number 27. I'm advised, Diego Martin West, that you will be asking instead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 27 to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure.
Minister of Works and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, again, no public space, no public building, no public office is repaired, readied, built, renovated for the primary purpose of the Prime Minister. I'm amazed they're asking this question when they used to have cabinet meeting by Zoom, right? Maybe we should ask them those questions when their boss used to be there.
Minister, just answer it.
However, any building, facility, public space is not primarily for the Prime Minister. It's for visitors, it's for staff in the first instance. Visitors, in this instance, the DIP Center, for the cabinet, for citizens on the whole, exactly. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister calls it the people's house, when it was the big shot house before. But in any case, to even get in there, every space was dirty, filthy, moldy, run down, as we say in Trinidad. It's true. You understand? Yeah, the standards differ. You understand? So one had to get in janitorial cleaning, landscaping, elevator maintenance, garbage disposal, air refreshener, pest control, to fix the water feature. You didn't know the water could have been blue. It was black, dirty, filthy. I mean, the resident, and I want to make it very clear, this is the DIP Center, as opposed to the residents. We have not touched the residents. Okay, so if someone wants a comparison, they could just go to the residents and see it's just the way it was from the only 28th of April. Okay, so we have done, there was also pruning and restoration of lighting fixtures because they're all hanging all over the place and some bulbs were not even lighting.
Let's move on.
Introduction of bills. The Finance Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw your attention to Standing Order 32.1, and which stipulates that a matter directly concerning the privileges of the House shall take precedence over all other business. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw to your attention that on November the 26th, members of the opposition submitted 2 matters of privileges to your office, and since then we've had 2 sittings of the Parliament. And my concern is that in light of Standing Order 32, which states that a matter directly concerning the privileges of the House shall take precedence over all other business, the opposition is inquiring from your office, Mr. Speaker, whether the House is complying with Standing Order 32.1 with respect to the matters of privileges that are brought to your office.
I am, and those 3 matters, it is not, the matters raised on privilege under Standing Order 32 doesn't only apply to the 2 matters which you have raised, but there's also a 3rd matter, which requires 1, a review of the regulatory regime, 2, the evidence, and 3, a detailed and close examination of the complaint as the several complaints are set out. Let me assure you that as soon as I decide whether a prima facie case has been made out, it will be communicated to you. Thank you very much.
32. Mr. Speaker, is it that you are saying to consider any one of those matters of privilege raised? You need to consider all 3 together. I could not understand the nexus that was being drawn.
No. I'm not considering all 3 together, but I will give the ruling on all 3 in one day.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 32.1, we too in the government have submitted a matter of privilege, but we will not allow the opposition to stand here to give an impression that you are not ruling. It has been the precedence of this House that the Speaker is given time to rule on the privilege matter. And you have acknowledged
I am firm on that.
So we in the government will not allow the opposition to give a false narrative on that. So we respect 32.1 and we thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have given adequate, deep, and detailed consideration to my role, my jurisdiction, practice, and procedure with regard to Standing Order 32, and let me assure the House, all members, that I will give my ruling in due course. And that's all I'm prepared to say at this stage. Yeah, so Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64.1b, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Summary Offences Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Attorney General. Public business, government business, motions.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by subsection 3 of Section 4 of the Election and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that as soon as may be after the Election and Boundaries Commission, hereinafter referred to as the Commission, has submitted a report under paragraph A of subsection 1 of Section 4 of the Act, the Minister shall lay before the House of Representatives for its approval the draft of an order by the President for giving effect, whether with or without modifications, to the recommendations contained in the report. And whereas the Commission has submitted a report to the Minister in accordance with the provisions of subsection 1 of section 4 of the Act, and whereas the draft of an order entitled the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2025, giving effect to the recommendations of the Commission, was laid before the House of Representatives on the 5th day of December 2025. Be it resolved that the draft of the Election and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2025 be approved. Mr. Speaker, Section 71 of the Constitution of our Republic of Trinidad and Tobago establishes the Elections and Boundaries Commission. They are an independent body. They are entrusted with a very critical responsibility, that is, of defining and reviewing the boundaries of electoral districts. And this applies both to local government electoral districts, as well as in Trinidad, as well as the THA elections, Tobago House of Assembly elections in Tobago. And by Section 4.1 of the Election and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and THA Act, the Commission, of course, is mandated to submit these reports. And they would, in those reports, recommend electoral districts, arrangements necessary to give effect to the rules. These rules exist in the second schedule. They can indicate in their report that there are changes or that they do not see it necessary to have any changes at all. So, in accordance with that, on the 29th of August, the Commission did submit the 14th report to my office recommending the boundaries of the electoral districts where they propose to have changes in Tobago for the upcoming THA election and how they should be divided for the THA election. This report today is the basis of this draft order now before this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, this is a statutory requirement. The Parliament does not get to make adjustments to the report, and what we are debating here today is the motion and the order, not the contents of the report. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will just share with you some of, without going into the report, some of the parameters that would have influenced the EBC in compiling their report. I am advised that this 14th report reflects Tobago's electorate as of the 7th of July 2025, which totaled 52,857 electors. Now, that is an increase of just over 3% from the last time in 2021. And the Commission advises that they conducted a review, of course, in adherence to the rules on their second schedule. And the rules in that second schedule, Mr. Speaker, is important to note, require that the number of electors per district should not exceed or fall below another district by more than 25%, and that natural boundaries be used wherever possible. When you have an instance of a population expanding in one particular electoral district so that it exceeds, the Commission will recommend an adjustment and often remove a polling division in a way to balance and ensure that no electoral district exceeds by 25% and no electoral district falls below that number. Mr. Speaker, that is a principle coming out of local government that is of interest to me, because we have spoken on many occasions about the number of persons in an electoral district and the importance of equitable distribution of population, so that an assemblyman in Tobago and a councillor in Trinidad, who have the same responsibilities in law, have the same number of burgesses to represent, and it's not disproportionate. So just as in Tobago, adjustments were required to ensure that all districts had a similar number, that is also reflective of the situation in our municipalities in Trinidad, where some councillors represent 3,000 people roughly, and others represent upward of 15,000 persons. So that is an interesting point that I found in this particular report. The other point that they emphasized on is the use of natural boundaries. Mr. Speaker, what is natural boundaries? Natural boundaries refer to geographic fixtures such as rivers, water courses, and it would also include highways and major roads. Over time, I would have known that this is a principle used by the EBC, and it is a principle that we in the United National Congress expressed concern to the EBC, even while in opposition, that this should be maintained. I have seen instances where the boundary of a polling division might fall in the middle of a village. You might say it's only a polling division, but what could result from that is that this one village could land up in 2 different electoral districts. They can also, well, in Tobago, they're in the same THA, but in Trinidad, it means they can end up in 2 different regional corporations. They may have to go one place to visit their councillor or assemblyman and quite up the road for the other side of the road in a village. And therefore, it is very important that that principle of maintaining natural boundaries be adhered to as far as possible. And those persons on the ground in Tobago for this THA election that this report speaks to, but as well as in Trinidad, where you have local boundaries, ought to be engaged. The EBC has a system where they send field officers out to do assessments. But what I have found is that very often it is after the fact that the persons facing the electorate have the opportunity to express any sort of objection or discontent. And it means that the EBC ought to allow a little more consultation in their input. And I raise that because I want to tell you that when I received this report in August or September, I called the date earlier, I looked at the report, our team reviewed the report. In the United National Congress, we are vanguards for democracy. We have always taken an interest in ensuring that the EBC operates with transparency and fairness. And our committee examined this report, and there were a number of areas of concern. So we had an interministerial committee express these concerns to the EBC first of all via email. I communicated with the Chief Elections Officer, Ms. Fern Narcis, and on Monday, the 3rd of November, we had a meeting. This interministerial team that represented the government met with the chairman, the CEO, the Chief Elections Officer, and their team at the EBC office. They took note of our concerns, and the concerns in this report were a bit reflective of concerns we had in the last EBC report, which reviewed the boundaries for the 2025 general elections. And some of those issues included the formation of new polling divisions. How do you subdivide a polling division that has become too populated to adhere to the rules without interrupting village life? By maintaining communities, because just as the Tobago House of Assembly is geared towards building communities in Tobago, so too local boundaries in Trinidad's municipality should be keeping communities together, not dividing them. And that is a principle that we felt ought to be maintained. But even where a polling division is required to be broken up, because it does happen. I had one in my own constituency of St. Augustine where you had the Oropoon housing development and the population exploded. So the subdivision was required to adhere to the law for the number of persons in that polling division. But when you do that division, the field work required, the double checking required, has to involve the people on the ground. The EBC, as I say, has field officers. And so it is every one of us, it is our business to ensure that the people we represent are treated fairly so that they can exercise their right to vote. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, after this meeting, in this meeting, we also submitted a list of over 400 names, 414 names of persons who we flagged because in the report they were subject to be relocated. Now that was of great concern to us. And of course the EBC indicated that one of the challenges in Tobago, which also happens in rural areas in Trinidad, is that people use very vague addresses sometimes. Some of these addresses were in use for many decades, generations before, when their village was only the main road. And their address would be a light pole number sometimes, or just main road, the name of the village, their main road, and everybody know where that particular family lives. So it doesn't pose a problem when they have to receive mail, for example. The TT Post people who doing the mail delivery know the families and know who lives where. But when it comes to the EBC, those vague addresses sometimes present problems. And we too, as elected representatives here, I'm sure we look at our electoral lists. And in St. Augustine, as you'll use this as an example, when I see an address saying Southern Main Road, Curep, it could be anywhere between the Eastern Main Road and the highway. When I see Bamboo Main Road, nearly the whole of Bamboo Settlement uses Bamboo Main Road as their address for decades. So the creation of new roads being given names, the updating of addresses by the residents to use an address that is easy to find by a stranger, one that is not familiar to the village, is a challenge that the EBC seems to continue to have. And of course, it particularly applies in communities such as in Tobago, but more so to the rural communities. And I found that this was an issue that they raised in that meeting. Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, subsequent to the Commission meeting with us, the Commission indicated that it conducted an audit of the polling division, subdivisions, which I've described before, and they identified what they called latent misregulations arising from unclear street naming and inconsistent address information in several electoral districts. As a consequence, the Commission undertook field investigations to ascertain the precise residential locations of electors. And so, this report today is accompanied by an errata sheet. And on this errata sheet, you have about, I don't want to misquote for you, 29 errors. 29 errors arising out of issues raised with the EBC. So subsequent to their report being completed and submitted to the minister as is required by statute, as the minister named in the act, it is my duty to send that to cabinet and let cabinet send it to parliament, you know. But Mr. Speaker, we in the United National Congress take democracy seriously. And therefore, it is the vigilance of the UNC and the constant scrutiny and the constant conversation with the EBC to uphold democracy in this country that we did not arise at these things only with this report. We have always held the EBC accountable, publicly as well as by meeting with them and bringing certain issues to their attention. In fact, some of our meetings have caused the EBC to revise some of their practices to allow for more accountability and transparency, particularly in monitoring voters, special electors, and special voting areas that before were not monitored by either political party. So, Mr. Speaker, when this errata sheet was sent to me, it would have been around the 12th of November. It's dated the 11th, but I think it came on the 12th. Nonetheless, I am advised that the EBC did their best. The errata sheet is aimed at ensuring the accuracy of the electorate figures that was used throughout its analysis. So, for example, the data showed prior to adjustment included, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go into the substance of the report, but in the errata sheet, you will see tables that reflects data in various electoral districts, and the tables shown in the report would have been replaced by tables in the errata sheet. You have tables showing population, you have tables showing electorate in order of size, you have the tables reflecting the electorate before they did their changes, which, as I indicated, some districts could go over and some could go under, and they must even that out. And then they have our tables showing how, when the changes were made, how the population would have been evened out in accordance with the schedule that says that no district must fall above 25% or below 25% of the average. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of serious concern. How, in the past, after so many years of doing this, the EBC could submit a report to the minister to be submitted to cabinet, and if, as a minister, if as a government, we were not vigilant, these 29 errors would never have been identified. Never. So while when I received the report, it could have come here and we debate and everybody go home, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the collaboration of the team within the United National Congress for their key eye and their vigilance. And so you ended up having the renaming of 2 electoral districts. And as I say, I would not go into the report to call the names and so on to illustrate my point. You had the remaining 13 districts retain their existing names and boundaries. And you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that the report prior to this one, the 13th report, would have produced an odd number of electoral districts. And that is really to break any deadlock if that so occurs. And that is something that has to be also done in Trinidad, where regional corporations with even numbers of electoral districts has to be re-examined. And this government has appointed a committee to review the boundaries of the municipalities in Trinidad as well. So just as the boundaries would have been revised in Tobago to evenly distribute the number of electors, there are 52,857 electors. Mr. Speaker, they would have taken some time to work it out. And so it was only after this errata sheet came to us, we did have subsequent communication with the EBC. And Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to give the EBC the opportunity to do more field work, perhaps some consultations, even within those villages, particularly with regards to adhering to natural boundaries and maintaining villages, the unity of villages. However, upon the dissolution of the Tobago House of Assembly, by announcement, the Chief Secretary there, Mr. Farley Augustine, on the 12th of November, of course, there was now a pressing need to ensure that the report came to the Cabinet and came to the Parliament, and the Commission's recommendations are essential to ensuring that the upcoming Tobago House of Assembly elections are conducted lawfully, equitably, and with full integrity expected of our democratic process. What I want to say is that while we were restricted by time, that we have a statutory requirement to bring the report here, we must also ensure that the report is a report of integrity. And so the 14th report of the Election and Boundaries Commission is now submitted to this Honorable House to be approved together with the errata sheet. And it is my hope that in future, we will not have a situation where you will have to go through a report, identify issues, identify 414 misplaced addresses, identify 29 errors, cause the EBC to provide an errata sheet, cause people to be notified officially that whereas they were told they were in one electoral district, they now fall in another electoral district, and create a sense of uncertainty that that will not happen again. And for that reason, we will continue to remain vigilant. Mr. Speaker, we are in full support of the Election and Boundary Commission's constitutional independence. And the law requires that the EBC reports are sent to the minister, sent to the cabinet, and then come to Parliament. But because that independence of the EBC reports must be guarded, because you do not want to produce a situation where a Parliament could, by simple majority even, decide not to accept the EBC's recommendations and make changes to the report in a way that would interfere with democracy. So it's very important to find that balance. And that is why we work with the existing system where any political party, Mr. Speaker, any registered political party, there are countless on the EBC's registry, could express that concern to the EBC. But the EBC must have the wherewithal. They must be realistic in their approach. They must be data-driven, yes, but they must also remember that we are working with people. We are working with communities. Democracy ensures that communities are well represented. And therefore, the influencing of boundaries should not be political. So therefore, any concern we have been raising it with the EBC. And the EBC has, on this occasion, as I said, with the limited time, produced for this Parliament a report that contains 42 pages and an errata sheet that has 29 corrections. Mr. Speaker, there are several issues that I've been examining that I want to share, but I am advised that I am not supposed to go into the report. So I want to adhere to that. I simply want to submit, sorry. At the end of the report. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, yes, at the end of the presentation, you say I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the 14th report of the Election and Boundaries Commission on the THA elections is now submitted to this Honorable House for approval without modification in adherence with the Act. The Commission's recommendations and the government respectfully seeks the agreement of the members to approve a draft order. This draft order will allow the writ to be issued for the election to be held in accordance with the date announced by the Chief Secretary upon the dissolution of the THA. The election, and that draft order is entitled the Election and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Tobago Order 2025. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the draft of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2025 be approved. Order Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, I am deeply obliged to you. The modus operandi of this government and the explanations given to you, Mr. Speaker, in light of a constitutional construct, brings it to this side to disagree with every single utterance and every course undertaken by this government after the Honourable Minister so designated received this report on the 29th day of August, 2025. We say on this side, Mr. Speaker, that all the meetings, all the consultations, everything done by the Honourable Minister and her cohorts is in direct contravention of Section 72(3) of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. All that was done, Mr. Speaker, in the interregnum before laying the bill before Parliament could have been done after the laying of the bill, and the government could have acted in consonance with the Constitution. I will go on, and I will go on to explain why. This bill, Mr. Speaker, has come like a thief in the night, just like the radar installed in the National Airport in Tobago.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, 48.1, relevance, please. 48.1, please.
I think it was just a passing reference.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shut down. Go back, Bahrain. We had mere hours of notice to prepare for this debate, but as the PNM, we are Boy Scouts. We're always ready. We're ready today. They thought, Mr. Speaker, that they would bring this like a thief in the night and catch us with our pants down, but we're ready to debate it today. We want the public to know, we want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to know that they had this report of the Election and Boundaries Commission since the 29th of August 2025, and they're now laying it at the 11th hour to guide the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That's what we want the population to know. And what has happened here is excuse after excuse. We have to meet with this one, we have to meet with that one. Tobago, East and West, I hope they met with you. I hope in the meetings that you were on their radar. We on this side, Mr. Speaker, we will not tolerate such disrespect to the people of Tobago. We will not tolerate it, and we will stand in the gap, because this report, Mr. Speaker, was laid last night due to the doctrine of pure necessity. If it is not passed by midnight tonight, they cannot use, the law says that they cannot use the recommendations of this report for the upcoming THA elections. So they rush it last night at 11 o'clock, thinking that we on this side are indolent, but we are the keepers of the gate of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is why they waited until the last minute. So I want to tell the people of Tobago, be wary, because this disrespect that is meted out to you will come again, and we will not entertain it on this side. Mr. Speaker, permit me to state clearly that this report of the EBC and the 14th report on the definition and review of the boundaries of the electoral districts in the electoral area of Tobago is an important constitutional act. It was prepared pursuant to the powers vested in the Commission under the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2550, as amended by the House of Assembly Amendment Bill, Act Number 2 of 2021. Mr. Speaker, this report provides updated data on the distribution of the electoral and the electorate across Tobago, as was explained by the Honourable Minister, as of the 7th of July 2025, and comparisons with the 13th report showing increases and decreases, proposed electoral district names, polling divisions with each proposed district, a composite electoral map, and a description of adjusted district boundaries. Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we are not about attacking independent institutions, and we recognize the independence of the EBC. We cast no aspersions as to the professionalism and the integrity of the Commission. They perform their statutory duty. Our issue is not with the EBC, but it was with the lethargy that the Honourable Minister chose to act, like the proverbial snail walking on the lagly that fell on the peanut butter and never got to come to Parliament. We have questions for the Honourable Minister. We have questions to the Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, and we want them answered. And the first question relates, Mr. Speaker, to the legal requirement. So let me now lay the foundation. In consonance and sibling to Section 72(3) of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, the wording is unambiguous, and I read, it states, as soon as may be after the Commission has submitted a report under subsection 1A, the minister designated by the Prime Minister for this purpose, in this case called the Minister, shall lay before the House of Representatives for its approval the draft of an order by the President for giving effect, whether with or without modifications, to the recommendations contained in the report. And that draft may make provisions for any matter which appear to the Minister to be incidental to or consequential upon the other provisions of the draft. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, interspersed in that is the ability for the Honourable Minister to firstly lay the report shall, and then with or without modification, so it anticipates that there may have been errors, but the first and primary duty of the Honourable Minister, in keeping with the Constitution, was to lay the report before this House. Not when it was convenient, not months later, not when the government has parliamentary space, not after consultations. This report is dated the 29th of August 2025, and this House is entitled to know the real reason why this report was hidden under a bushel from the population of Tobago until the last minute. Mr. Speaker, in pursuance of my point and argument, I want to put on the record of the Hansard that there were at least 10 opportunities for the Honourable Minister to be in compliance with her constitutional mandate. Mr. Speaker, firstly, we convened on the 12th of September 2025, the 6th sitting, to discuss the Constitutional Amendment Bill ad hominem. The 19th of September 2025, our 7th sitting, we discussed the miscellaneous provisions, the FATF Compliance Bill, Counter-Proliferation of Financing. On the 3rd of October 2025, at the 8th sitting, we debated the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Bill, notification relative to the Commissioner and Acting Commissioner of Police. On the 13th of October 2025, at our 9th sitting, we discussed the Appropriation Financial Bill. I would ask, hold on, the 17th of October 2025, the 10th sitting of the Appropriation Bill continued. The 31st of October 2025, Mr. Speaker, at our 11th sitting, we did the State of Public Emergency Extension, and we did the multiple excise duty and customs orders. On the 21st of November 2025, Mr. Speaker, we had our 12th sitting on the Virtual Asset and VAS Bill. Our 13th sitting, the Home Invasion Self-Defense of Property Bill, that was on the 26th of November 2025. On the 28th of November 2025, our 14th sitting, the reaffirmation of the Tobago's commitment to CARICOM. And here we are now today. I am properly researched, Minister, you should learn. Mr. Speaker, what I am saying to you, if there was such a need for transparency, how come the Honourable Minister and the government did not consult with the country's sitting official leader of the opposition since receiving this report? If there was such transparency and a need to do the work of the people, erratas, etc., how come we now get in this report last night to prepare for today? That has not been answered. So, on these 10 sittings, Mr. Speaker, it is my respectful view that there were 10 opportunities to act in keeping with the constitutional mandate, because we say on this side, at first blush, that the minister did not lay the draft order as soon as may be. So I asked the question directly, what is the real reason for hiding this bill and not laying it? But apart from that, Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor the point. We have serious concerns about the order, and I emphasize the order itself, particularly, Mr. Speaker, the citation relative to the recital relating to Mason Hall and Bagatelle Bacolet, which is in the draft order itself. I emphasize that these concerns do not challenge the independence of the EBC. What we seek on this side is transparency, and we just seek clarity to make sure that we do our duty to maintain the public trust in the electoral process that is about to take place in Tobago on the 12th of January 2026. And our issue, as it relates to the draft order, is relative, firstly, the renaming of the 2 electoral districts. The report makes only one boundary adjustment: the transfer of polling division 4948 from Mason Hall to Mariah Bagatelle Bacolet. Yet remarkably, although there is one boundary adjustment to one polling division, it resulted in 2 district name changes. We would want clarity on that point. Bagatelle Bacolet is now changed to Mason Hall South Bagatelle, and Mason Hall Mariah is now changed to Mason Hall North Mariah. This is a major remaining exercise arising from a minimal boundary change, and we would like an explanation respectfully, Mr. Speaker, about that. So we have narrowed down and zeroed in on the polling division, and we want to see how it morphed into these two changes. We also have a concern about the inconsistent application of the naming methodology. The EBC in its report states that it relies on community mapping, building pattern, spatial clustering analysis, and geographical reflection. But only 2 districts were renamed, although several districts have new population distributions, as mentioned by the Honourable Minister in her opening, multi-community compositions, or changed polling divisions. Why this selective approach for Bagatelle Bacolet and Mason Hall Mariah? That is our main concern, and we seek clarification onto that. Maybe if we were invited to these so-called consultations, we could have raised those issues. And, Mr. Speaker, here is the mischief. Because of the late timing of the laying of this, we have no opportunity on this side to raise our issues, because if this is not done by midnight tonight, the new electoral districts and the recommendations will not take effect for the holding of the elections on the 12th of January. So on this side, we can only raise our concerns and put it on the Hansard. Now, the elevating Mason Hall across 2 districts, Mr. Speaker, the new names created are Mason Hall North Mariah, Mason Hall South Bagatelle. No other Tobago district is given directional labels north-south. What objective criteria, we ask, on this side was used to elevating Mason Hall into 2 district names and based on directional labels? Our 4th concern, Mr. Speaker, concerns the removal of Bacolet from the district name. Bacolet still exists physically and geographically in the district, yet the name Bacolet has been removed. Why? What was the criteria used for that removal? Also, Mr. Speaker, number 5, we seek clarity that no evidence of spatial analysis was provided. The report refers to GI algorithms, but the House was not provided with any maps, any cluster diagrams. And what is so shocking, Mr. Speaker, in all of the consultations had by the Honourable Minister, these points never came up. What were they discussing in these so-called discussions? We only had this last night, and we were able to come up with these 5 serious issues and raise it before you today, Mr. Speaker. 6thly, the minimal boundary adjustment, the major remaining. 1 polling division shifts, yet 2 district name changes. Meanwhile, other districts with larger demographic shifts see no renaming. We want an explanation and we want clarity on this. So, Mr. Speaker, on this side, without belaboring the point, we have issues with the Honourable Minister relative to the presentation and her modus operandi in this issue. What criteria, or in your consultations, did you determine what criteria was used for the cardinal directions north-south in naming the district? Why was Bacolet removed from the name despite remaining in the heart of the district? Will the minister table the full spatial analyses, maps, and cluster results referred to in the report? Why were the similar naming reviews not applied across all districts for consistency? Does the minister believe this process was fully transparent and consistent with her duty under the Constitution? And most importantly, having received this report since the 29th of August, why are you only coming now? Mr. Speaker, the principles at stake here are as follows: equity, transparency, consistency, public confidence, and trying, Mr. Speaker, to spring one on an opposition that is ever vigilant. In conclusion, any perception of delay that has been tried and that has come with a very feeble attempt, in my view, to be used by the Honourable Minister to say, well, we had to meet with this one, there were 29 errors here. Mr. Speaker, we say that was against the Constitution and her remit under Section 72(3) of the Constitution. And it was, in our view, unconstitutional and remains unconstitutional. We are not attacking the EBC with respect to its independence and its constitutional remit. Our concern, our main concern, is about the delay and the lack of timeous compliance with Section 72(3) and the unanswered questions surrounding the renaming methodologies used. The citizens of Trinidad, and particularly the citizens of Tobago, deserve clarity, accountability, and transparency. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the answers that will be forthcoming to the issues raised by the opposition in this, and I hereby take my seat.
Tobago West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to enter this debate. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the people of Tobago East. For electing me so I could represent Tobago in a real sense in this house, this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I am listening to all the utterances in the house, and it does not fall short of us interacting with some very ordinary people who appear not to understand what truth is, who feels that this side does not understand what tactics and strategies are. And who believes that God's gift to brightness lay only with that side. But Mr. Speaker, what is actually happening here today is a case of where your own dog bites you. And my mother always said to me, when your own dog bites you, you could get it. Mr. Speaker, the amendments or the errors that were pointed out by the EBC, the first thing the other side has to understand is that the government does not do the EBC work. And we know very well that after the 6-6 tie in Tobago, a concerted effort was made to change boundaries with the hope that the results would have been different. But I want my friends on the other side to know that Tobagonians are very sensible people. I want them also to know that for over 2 decades, we would have expended a lot of money in this country to educate people. And I want them to know that the education was well received. Yeah. Now, Mr. Speaker, the boundaries were all shifted after the 6-6 tie. If we were interested in fairness, honesty, and a real sense of integrity, there was not anything that caused a necessity to arise for the boundaries to be changed. But they feel that they are the champions on strategy. So there was some manipulation. And we have seen a trend in this country where most of our institutions were manipulated by those on the other side.
Sit down now.
Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I rise on the 14th.
All I'm going to ask you to do is harken back to your own contribution.
Mr. Speaker.
You did. You questioned very broadly the minister's ulterior, and you said it. The minister have. Right. Suffice it to say, overrule, let's continue.
Mr. Speaker, the voting population of Tobago has always indicated that we were averse to those on the other side. Has always indicated that. They were able to sneak in and dominate for a little while. But, you know, sometimes when you give people a privilege to prove themselves, and they were not able to prove themselves, they do not understand that there is the proverbial broad belt that will come. Mr. Speaker, if you were to examine carefully the Tobago East constituency, you would find that there was hardly any movement there. But because of what is conceived, or what they conceived to be their stronghold, they went in and navigated their way to split stronghold so that it would give them an advantage. But they did not know that the people of Tobago were very coherent with what they were doing. And we all said, proverbially, give them rope, let them run. But we pulled in, we reined in the charges, and we resoundingly said to them, don't try that. And the results at the polls indicated just that. Now, we had nothing to do with all that was implemented then. Why should we be correcting the mistakes of others? When it suited them best, it was good. But they realized that all the plans backfired. And now they cannot deal with the fallout of their own doing. So they are here today trying to eloquently deliver a part of that argument that they believe will be convincing. But I want to tell them, the results will not change. As a matter of fact, rest assured that the result will get better. Because there is no way we will put God out of our thoughts and cause any infiltration into the politics of Tobago. Mark my word today, the effort you are making is an effort in futility. You see, Mr. Speaker.
On a point of order, 48-1. Member is not referring.
All right.
Let's skip along a little bit now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand that I would be challenged today, and that is quite fine. There, that is quite fine. At the end of the day, Tobagonians understand what their destiny is about. They understand what forecasting and planning and operationalizing is all about. And we are going to continue along that trend. So all those who are living with hope that you will rekindle your position, tell them, I wish to tell them that the gateway is closed. You see, we have grown accustomed.
Speaker, on a point of order, 48-1.
A little bit. Let's deal with the order and the report. So let's, Tobago East, let's move along a little bit.
Mr. Speaker, we are quite convinced that the traditions, we are quite convinced that the plans going forward, we are quite convinced that all the structures that are in place to allow Tobago to flourish are already there, so there is no need to harp on these errors. We can go forward and we can make sure that all the fair, honest and truthful things continue to happen in the Tobago space. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. Augustine.
Mr. Speaker, I am so happy that the people of Tobago have a voice in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, the people of Tobago have a representative that know where people live. There is no representative organization. Relax yourself. You leave Tobago alone. Mind Diego Martin West business, right? Mr. Speaker, before I got distracted, I want to say that in the last government, there was a representative for Tobago who came to say that nobody lives there. Mr. Speaker, this time, not only do we have that representative gone from this house, we have two representatives who represent and who can tell you the value of every single person who lives there, who lives in Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the opposition really don't have anything to say, I realize. Mr. Speaker, I sat there listening to the member for Port of Spain South. He did two things. On one hand, he was chastising the government for taking time to address serious errors with the EBC. But on the other hand, he himself was raising more issues that should have been addressed by the EBC. He is supporting my point. He's supporting the government. He is supporting the government's position. So if I wanted to say more, Mr. Speaker, if I wanted to say more, he has made my points and reinforced the position of the government that there are issues to be corrected. Mr. Speaker, he spent a lot of time on fluff.
On what?
I never see a man come in this parliament and read out the whole schedule of what we do on every date, every Friday sitting we have. First, he didn't have anything to say. It was only to make up words. That is all. To make his point, he could have simply indicated, well, yes, we met on these occasions, we met on a number of occasions, and the report, that's all. But for him to have to go through the list, which we are all familiar with, you know what he did? He highlighted how much work this government has done in this parliament.
Mr. Speaker, 53-1. This is becoming a habit, a very bad habit of the member for Port of Spain South. 53-1, please.
53-1. All right, Port of Spain South. We're on the wind up to this part of the proceedings. Let's take it down a notch, shall we?
Mr. Speaker, in the entire time that the member for Port of Spain South had, he could not use his entire time. Now he's coming to interrupt my time. Mr. Speaker, he spent his contribution making a lot of empty rhetoric. And you know, it's one of two things that this government, if he is indeed speaking on behalf of the opposition, is one of two things reflected here, or both. There is ignorance or lack of knowledge, and there is blatant hypocrisy. Yes. So I want to examine which one it really is. Which one first? Mr. Speaker, because they are the ones who suggesting that there is something sinister because the minister did not immediately upon receiving the report bring it to cabinet and bring it to parliament, which I explained in my opening. We are not an irresponsible government to just pick up a report and drop it and say, hey. Check it first. It is our responsibility to ensure that the report comes here, a report with integrity, and clearly, as you yourself, CDBC, needed some more time to look at some more things. And you made my point, you emphasized my point. But I want to tell you, I want to remind you that it was the PNM in government who refused to bring a report that the EBC sent to their minister, then Kazim Hussein. A report that was sent to the minister in June of 2021. And it was a whole year later. A whole year later. And you know what happened? They didn't bring it a whole year later, you know. On a UNC Monday night forum, the then leader of opposition, the leader of the United National Congress, now Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa, is the one who threatened legal action in our UNC Monday night meeting. And we gave notice that as the shadow for local government, I will be filing a motion in the parliament. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? Wednesday, Monday night meeting, Wednesday supplemental order paper, back the report reach, DBC report reach. After almost a year, 11 o'clock midnight, you want to talk about 11 o'clock midnight? Look at your own track record. Look at your track record. The UNC had to threaten legal action. There was a report that sought to break the tie in Tobago because, remember, Tobago was hotly contested. And there was always that pushback. The PNM wasn't favored in Tobago. They always felt the need to influence the system in a way, manipulate the system, use government resources to campaign and bribe people before the THA election. That is what they did.
Senator Garcia, I think that one's taking a bit too far.
Okay, I withdraw the word bribe. The PNM has a history of using government resources to butter up the citizens.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
48-5.
48-6, Mr. Speaker. 48-6.
I think the member has withdrawn the offensive comment. She's entitled to some literary license to use some colorful language.
I did, yes.
I don't think she's persisted with the malicious language. So come on. Let's
so,
allow
Mr.
some.
Speaker, on that occasion, There were people who were getting truckloads of gravel in front of their house to do home repair grants galore all over the place. In Trinidad, as an MP, I couldn't get
Mr.
one
Speaker,
grant.
I stand on standing order 48.1, the relevance.
Let me tell you how it's relevant. Yeah, I want to know how it's relevant. Sorry.
St. Augustine, I think we are... I think we are on the home stretch of concluding this somewhat narrow issue. So let's keep it as sterile as we possibly can.
Mr. Speaker, it is well established in the public domain, the PNM's abuse of public funds. So I leave it right there. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't the only occasion. I tell you, it's a whole year. Minister Kazim Hussein received that report and didn't bring it to this parliament. Let me tell you, there was another occasion, Mr. Speaker, and we had to come here on a Saturday to debate this report, you know, in order for the writ to be issued. That was under the PNM. So for them to come here, as I say, is either Port of Spain South is ignorant or lacking knowledge, or it is pure hypocrisy. But there are more occasions. There are more occasions when the PNM sought to suppress democracy. Mr. Speaker, when we had that THA report being rushed to Parliament, did the then government consult with the then leader of opposition? No. But today they want to come here and ask if we consulted with the leader of opposition. So come on. That really was a point that was not a point. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, under the same provision that this THA Act comes, the same provision allows the local election boundaries report to come. In 2022, a local government election was due. You know what they did? They sought to postpone the election because they know they was going to get licks. In 2023, Ravi Balgobin had to take an attorney, the well-renowned Anand Ram Logan, senior counsel, to bring a matter before the court to force the then PNM government to call the elections when they were due. So who are they to talk? And I want to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, just 3 short excerpts from the Privy Council ruling, because I feel it's very important to deal with the whole democratic system and ensuring the principles of democracy are upheld. The Privy Council, not the UNC, the Privy Council said, and I quote, "The rights conferred by a democratic system of government are not only individual rights enjoyed by each person entitled to vote. It is also the right of all members of the relevant community to be governed by representatives chosen democratically. Whether or not individually, they are entitled to vote or have exercised that right." He also went on to say in that ruling, a democratic society will necessarily engage other rights, freedom of expression and association, for example, but the election of representatives for a fixed or maximum period is the foundation on which that is built. They also went on to say in that ruling, it is inimical to a representative democracy that representatives are chosen by anyone other than the electorate. In other words, the PNM cannot tell us who to represent us. The Privy Council said about the then government's decisions, it is not for Parliament, still less the government, to choose the representatives. But if the amendments to Section 11 and 12 of the then Municipal Corporations Act are constructed to apply to the incumbent councillors and aldermen, the effect will be that by that they have been chosen as representatives for an additional year, not by the electorate, but by the government, which brought the amendments into force while those councillors and aldermen were in office. So in other words, they try to use a loophole for the government to select the representatives of the people, which the Privy Council frowned upon. And they try to use that loophole to postpone the election, to postpone that elects that they was going to get, and they get elects in 2023. Mr. Speaker, there are other incidents. I remember there was another occasion, 2 councillors had passed away. One was Councillor Bruno from Barataria, PNM councillor, God rest his soul, and Councillor Parashotam from Debe South. The people died, there's a procedure, their councils declare their seats vacant and so on. This was October 2021. You know, those seats declared vacant. We're waiting for PNM to call an election. And we sit down waiting. The UNC had to threaten legal action. The then leader of opposition, a woman of action, had to send a pre-action protocol letter. And that is how the PNM did what they are constitutionally required to do as a government then, to have the elections called. So them can come here and talk about we as if we trying to postpone or interfere with an election. Everything we did in this process is within the time frame. It's within the law. And further than that, we didn't just bring a report and say, hey, look that, vote for it. We made it our business to scrutinize that report. And just as a member for Porter-Swin South, in endorsing my comments here, he raised other issues that have to be ironed out. So the issue here, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, the issue, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a report before us. Mr. Speaker, I have a comprehensive report that pointed out to the EBC where several polling divisions were created without explanation as to the composition of the new polling divisions. Polling divisions that were moved from one electoral district to another. The method that they used to name the electoral districts and how that fits into the orientation of the community and how people traditionally know areas. Some of the issues were touched on by the member. And as a matter of fact, for him to come and say, we didn't raise that with the EBC, don't talk about what you don't know about. You were not in the meeting. I could give a very comprehensive report, but time doesn't permit. And this is a straightforward exercise. I want to give the public the assurance that unlike the PNN, the UNC supports elections being held when they are constitutionally due. The UNC will continue to work with all parties to ensure that every citizen, whether at the local government level, the Tobago House of Assembly elections, or the general elections, that everybody has a fair chance to make their vote count for democracy. And the people in Tobago make their vote count the last time, you know. They did. There was a whitewash. And again, you have 15 electoral districts based on the 13th report that still stands in this 14th report. And it means that the work of the THA members currently and the Chief Secretary there, Mr. Speaker, I was very impressed. I don't know the gentleman personally, but as a young politician coming out of Tobago, to see him articulating with his community, going into the communities and having these ground meetings, something that PNM doesn't know about. They don't know about that, you know. But to me, I think the people of Tobago did themselves a service by electing a non-PNM man to be in charge of their country, their island. A non-PNM man. Because under the PNM, what we saw is a reflection of what was happening in Trinidad with the nepotism and the, you know, I don't want to go into it, Mr. Speaker, but they're tempting me. So, Mr. Speaker, I have time, but I don't want to go into it. What I want to say is that Tobago has now moved to a point where they have established themselves in a way away from the PNM culture, and that was demonstrated recently when, while in Trinidad, you had a situation with the CPEP having to be shut down because of nepotism and corruption. Because the THA kept the CPEP run differently in Tobago, they were able to retain the CPEP and continue with the employment of
Mr. Speaker, 48-1.
Every time you ask for the relevance, I will tell you the relevance. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
I think in the interest of moving forward, let's just move on.
So, Mr. Speaker, therefore I am saying that the Tobago House of Assembly, which is a sort of quasi-local government, local body, has established themselves capable of running their own affairs in a better way without the PNM influence. That is my point. Mr. Speaker, what I would like to see in the future is for us to have more accountability and more opportunities for the Election and Boundaries Commission to take realistic consideration of what is happening on the ground, to apply realistic principles when they are doing changes in boundaries, while they are supported by the data. So all the points my friend from Port of Spain South made, I don't know if the PNM just leave them out at a meeting when they're meeting with EBC, because the PNM is free to meet with the EBC as well. And if you are a responsible political party like the United National Congress, we have been meeting with the EBC continuously. We are very consistent. So it's not today we jump up and say we have issues. Mr. Speaker, having corrected those matters on the record, I want to ask the House now to simply vote in favor of this motion, which is entitled the 14th report of the Election and Boundaries Commission on the boundaries of the electoral district in the electoral area of Tobago, as well as the draft Election and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2025. I so move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the draft of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly, Tobago Order 2025 be approved. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Bill's second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions for the Financial Nature, of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, on April 28, the citizens of this country gave this government a clear mandate. They voted for responsible governance. They voted for a more just, a more secure, and a more prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that when this government found itself in office, supported by the people of this country, we found serious crises of a fiscal, financial, economic, and social nature. We found a treasury that was empty. We found rising debt caused by substantial borrowings. We found institutions in decay. We found thousands of citizens suffering from economic hardship. Mr. Speaker, we found substantial need, critical need to implement more robust penalties, Mr. Speaker, to protect law-abiding citizens. And yet, despite all of those challenges, Mr. Speaker, this government acted swiftly and decisively in our first 150 days. We moved to stabilize the country, restore public trust, and begin economic renewal. We delivered on long-standing promises to former Caroni workers, to public servants, to our elderly, to our students and families, to small businesses, and to communities long neglected by those members opposite, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Bill 2025, then, gives effect to key fiscal measures, Mr. Speaker, designed to strengthen accountability, modernize tax administration, support economic recovery and job creation, enhance national security and border protection, provide relief to citizens, including the reduction in the price of super gasoline, modernize our institutions, including customs, the Inland Revenue Division, and other regulatory bodies, advance the diversification agenda, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, to protect our law-abiding citizens. Mr. Speaker, this finance bill proposes to amend 21 pieces of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, because it's such a substantial number of legislation, and because it may appear to be a bit complicated to those members on the opposite side, I propose to treat with this bill clause by clause at the outset. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 contains the short title of the bill, which is cited as the Finance Act 2025. Clause 2 amends the Prime Minister's Pension Act, Chapter 251, by repealing and replacing subsection 1 of Section 4A and introducing a revised pension calculation formula for former Prime Ministers. Mr. Speaker, as this House is very much aware, this government brought legislation to the Parliament that was passed in the form of the Prime Minister's Pension Amendment Act 2025. That act sought to introduce a tiered system of meritocracy where maximum benefits of pension are earned rather than bestowed for an individual serving for 4 years or more as Prime Minister. As advised by the Honourable Attorney General in consultation with senior officials from the AG's office, Mr. Speaker, when that act was passed, it was later identified that Section 4A, which deals with the review of a Prime Minister's pension, also needed to be amended to implement this new tiered system. Mr. Speaker, that is Clause 2. Clause 3 of the Act, Mr. Speaker, amends the Gambling and Betting Act, Chapter 1119, with the aim of modernizing the offence structure and significantly strengthening penalties for illegal lottery activities. Mr. Speaker, when we assumed office, we were advised by members of the police service that illegal gambling levels was significant, and it was also tied to a series of other illegal activities, including money laundering, human trafficking, tax evasion, prostitution, Mr. Speaker. We decided then that we had to take immediate action, and informed action, Mr. Speaker, to crack down on these illegal practices by focusing on both prevention and deterrence. For too long, illegal gambling, Mr. Speaker, has thrived due to low and outdated penalties which fail to reflect the scale of the problem and fail to address the crises that it caused. By increasing penalties and making clear that these offences attract serious custodial sentences, this government is sending a signal, an unmistakable signal, Mr. Speaker. All illegal lottery activities will not be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4. Clause 4 amends the Immigration Act, Chapter 1801, and introduces comprehensive amendments to the Immigration Act and immigration regulations. It is no secret, Mr. Speaker, that our border control systems are weak and have been exploited by those engaged in illegal activities. We must protect our citizens, and that is what we are doing here today, Mr. Speaker. These amendments to the Immigration Act enhance security, improve efficiency, strengthen coordination with enforcement agencies, and supporting the transition to electronic declarations and digital immigration services. Mr. Speaker, I turn quickly to Clause 5. Clause 5 amends the Statistics Act, Chapter 1902, at Section 17.2 of the Statistics Act, to include the Governor of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago as one of those persons authorized to receive statistical information pursuant to the legal framework established under the Statistics Act. Mr. Speaker, this is a simple amendment that seeks to legislate for an existing practice, Mr. Speaker. So there should be no concern and issues with regards to simply putting a legislative support behind something that already exists and already occurs. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to Clause 6. Clause 6 amends the National Lotteries Act to strengthen governance, improve accountability, and enhance enforcement of the National Lotteries Control Board. Mr. Speaker, this is the start of the transformation of the structure and operation of the NLCB into a more transparent and accountable entity in Trinidad and Tobago. Section 21 is amended to expand the purposes for which lottery proceeds may be spent by including deposits into the Sport and Culture Fund. Previously, Mr. Speaker, the Sport and Culture Fund was limited only to the instant lottery surplus. Now it is going to be included in a wider range of lottery activities. Mr. Speaker, Clause 6 also introduces a new subsection, empowering the Minister to fix a limit on the categories of expenditure listed in Section 21. This promotes a more disciplined financial management and ensures that the lottery funds are used in a responsible and transparent manner. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, has been modeled based on a similar provision under the National Insurance Act, which governs the NIBTT, and we expect the same process for budgetary approvals to be applied here to the NLCB as it is in relation to the NIBTT. Clause 6 also amends Section 23 of the Act to require the NLCB to make deposits into the consolidated fund on a quarterly basis as opposed to an annual basis which currently exists. Further, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the advice of the protective services, the police service in particular, Clause 6 will introduce a new offense under Section 33 of the National Lotteries Act relating to persons who conduct gambling activities that rely on the draw results of the NLCB's online play. I am advised by the police, Mr. Speaker, that this is the most popular form of illegal gambling in Trinidad and Tobago. This new section, Mr. Speaker, makes it an offense for any person who is not an authorized agent of the NLCB to print, sell, distribute, receive, or possess tickets, or to engage in any related actions associated with online lottery draws. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this new section penalizes authorized agents who receive a play, issues a ticket, or pays out any money pursuant to the results of an online draw and fails to remit the proceeds to the board. This is also necessary, Mr. Speaker, because the information that the Ministry of Finance has received is that this illegal gambling is also being facilitated by licensed agents. Mr. Speaker, these offenses carry strong penalties. For both offenses, $250,000 and 3 years imprisonment on summary conviction, and for both offenses, $3 million and 7 years imprisonment on indictment. The clause also sets out evidentiary rules, including the use of certificates issued under the seal of the board, and provides modern definition of printing, tickets, and authorized agents. Mr. Speaker, the definition of ticket is so broad that it covers anything, whether printed or in electronic form, that references directly or indirectly the NLCB draws where the numbers 1 to 36 are used. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are intended to protect the integrity of the online lottery operations, deter illegal activity, prevent fraud, protect citizens, and ensure that revenues due to the people of Trinidad and Tobago are properly safeguarded. Clause 7, Mr. Speaker. Clause 7 amends the Tobacco Control Act, Chapter 3004, again to strengthen the penalties associated with offenses concerning the sale, advertising, and distribution of tobacco products. Mr. Speaker, the offense under Section 37 is a catch-all offense that provides the penalty for the following illicit activity. 1. Prohibition on sales by minors. Prohibition on self-service displays. Prohibition on public displays. Prohibition on self-service sales of tobacco products, Mr. Speaker. Prohibition on sales of tobacco products in certain areas, sporting facilities, government buildings, etc., Mr. Speaker. These changes form part of this government's commitment to safeguarding public health, especially in relation to vulnerable groups such as children and young people. Clause 8, Mr. Speaker, amends the National Insurance Act, Chapter 3201, to introduce the next phases of our reform to our national insurance contribution system. As indicated in my budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, the former government abandoned the National Insurance Fund, putting the benefits of all citizens who would have worked in the public service all of their lives, putting those benefits at risk. Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, we took immediate action to ensure that citizens would be able to access pension benefits, maternity benefits, sick leave benefits, injury benefits, etc. These amendments proposed today, Mr. Speaker, give legal effect to the new contribution tables announced in the national budget and form an essential part of strengthening the long-term sustainability of the National Insurance Fund. Mr. Speaker, these tables are highly technical, and the government has consulted extensively with the NIBTT in their formulation. There are some amendments which have been circulated today, Mr. Speaker, following the full review and following further consultation with the NIBTT and other stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, Clause 9 amends the Sport and Culture Fund, amends the Sport and Culture Fund Act, Chapter 4054, consequential to the amendments proposed in the National Lotteries Act, as I just described. Mr. Speaker, Clause 10. Clause 10 amends the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, by proposing a series of targeted amendments to the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act to protect citizens by modernizing penalty structures, strengthening road safety enforcement, and enhancing regulatory compliance. These amendments, Mr. Speaker, reflect government's comprehensive strategy of improving public safety, reducing traffic violations, and ensuring that penalties remain proportionate to current socioeconomic realities. Mr. Speaker, by increasing these fines, we will be sending a clear signal that road traffic offenses, all of them, are serious breaches of law, because they pose a risk to the lives and properties of all of us who travels on our nation's roadways. Mr. Speaker, Clause 11. Clause 11 amends the Motor Vehicles Insurance Third-Party Risks Act, Chapter 4851. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, reckless drivers have created chaos on our nation's roads, endangering innocent passengers, motorists, and bystanders. These lawless individuals and incidents often compound the situation when victims are unable to receive insurance compensation from the offending drivers due to various unfortunate circumstances. Often, Mr. Speaker, victims are left suffering financial loss in addition to physical loss. Today, Mr. Speaker, today we seek to correct this. We seek to compel careless drivers to be more responsible. We seek to compel careless vehicle owners to be more responsible. We seek to protect the entitlement of victims to insurance compensation from offenders. That is why we are moving decisively to strengthen the penalties within the Motor Vehicles Insurance Third Parties Risk Act. Specifically, we are doubling maximum penalties across key provisions of this Act, Mr. Speaker. For the main offense under Section 3(2), which penalizes persons who drives without a policy of insurance or such security in respect of third-party risks, the maximum fine is increased from $7,500 to $15,000, and a maximum term of imprisonment is now going to be increased from 2 years to 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. Similarly, other increases are being applied to other offenses under the Section 22, a specific relation to forgery of certificates of insurance or security. Mr. Speaker, this legislative action ensures that the penalties reflect the grave financial and personal risks posed by individuals who operate vehicles without mandatory third-party insurance, thus providing a significantly stronger deterrent and better protection for the responsible motoring public. Clause 12 of the Act, Mr. Speaker, Clause 12 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, amends the Maxi Taxi Act, Chapter 4853, with a necessary update to the regulatory framework governing public transport by amending Section 11, that is an offense to operate a maxi taxi without a valid permit. This amendment increases the fine from $5,000 to $7,500. Again, this reflects the commitment of this government to protect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and to persecute and prosecute wrongdoers in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 13 amends the Valuation of Land Act, Chapter 5803. And this amendment is very simple and comes as a result of the repeal of the Property Tax Act, which I will describe in a few seconds. Clause 14, Mr. Speaker, amends the External Loans Act, Chapter 7105. This amendment increases the existing statutory limit on external borrowing for general development purposes. Clause 14 increases the statutory ceiling to 45,000 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars from the 500 million as it is now. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is being brought in a similar manner that the former administration brought when it doubled the borrowing limit under this very same act in 2015. Mr. Speaker, I turn to Clause 15, which is the amendment to the Income Tax Act. Clause 15 amends the Income Tax Act with the intention to strengthen transparency, accountability, and professional oversight in the administration of our tax system. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, this government took the bold step of removing the onerous Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority because it was oppressive to public servants, reeked of political overreach, and perpetuated secrecy and a lack of transparency, Mr. Speaker. We promised to fix the Board of Inland Revenue so that it could fulfill its original mandate to the people of this country by ensuring fair, efficient, and reliable revenue collection, Mr. Speaker. And today we are doing so. It may offend those opposite, Mr. Speaker, but promise made, promise kept. Mr. Speaker, firstly, the Board of Inland Revenue is going to be reconstituted, expanding it to 9 commissioners. The new board will consist of 6 public officers from the Inland Revenue Division, instead of the previous 5, and now will be including an attorney at law with at least 10 years of experience, an accountant with at least 10 years of experience, and a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance as an ex officio commissioner. Mr. Speaker, the President will appoint the professional members, and the permanent secretary and chairman will continue to be selected from amongst the public officers of the Inland Revenue Division. Mr. Speaker, this new structure strengthens the professional capability and capacity of the board, ensures the presence of specialized legal and accounting expertise, and aligns the governance of our tax administration with best practice. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Income Tax Act is further amended to introduce a comprehensive new governance framework by inserting new sections 3A to 3E. These provisions require the board to meet monthly, maintain proper minutes and decisions, and establish committees in key areas such as risk management, audit, and taxpayer compliance. Mr. Speaker, this clause also introduces strong conflict of interest rules, including a new offense with a penalty of $500,000 and 2 years imprisonment for willful non-disclosure. The board will also be required to submit an annual report on its activities, which must be then presented to the Minister of Finance and laid in the Parliament. Overall, we are confident, Mr. Speaker, that these reforms improve oversight, efficiency, integrity in decision-making, and promote transparency and accountability throughout the tax system. Mr. Speaker, I know that those opposite get petrified when they hear about transparency and accountability. However, it is our commitment, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that governance of all activities that fall under this government is characterized by transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, a new section 18C will also be established to introduce a personal income tax deduction for individuals who make bona fide contributions to registered animal shelters. The deduction is available for up to the lower of 20% of total income, or $20,000. This provision, Mr. Speaker, supports animal welfare and strengthens civil society organizations working in this very important area. Mr. Speaker, Clause 16 amends the Corporation Tax Act to introduce new Section 10Z, which establishes a corporation tax deduction for bona fide financial contributions made to registered animal shelters. Mr. Speaker, Clause 17. Mr. Speaker, Clause 17 repeals the hated Property Tax Act, Chapter 7604. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the Property Tax Act was a blight inflicted on the people of this nation by the former administration, extracting a tax from citizens based on a non-existent income on property. We must also never forget, Mr. Speaker, that it was those opposite that passed legislation that threatened to take people's properties away from them if they did not follow the law, Mr. Speaker. Since its enactment, this act has experienced and sustained public resistance arising out of concerns about affordability, valuation accuracy, and administrative fairness. Mr. Speaker, this repeal, Mr. Speaker, is another example of promise made and promise kept. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our Budget 2026 promise to put TNT first and build economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies, Clause 18 amends the Miscellaneous Taxes Act to introduce a number of significant revenue generations. Mr. Speaker, a new Part 16 introduces the Commercial Asset Levy. A commercial asset levy of 0.25% will be applied to the total assets of. This levy will be payable quarterly without any balancing payment due on the 30th of April of the following year. For the purpose of calculating quarterly installments, Mr. Speaker, institutions must use the higher of their estimated current year assets of their financial assets as shown in their previous year's audited financial statements. The total assets on which this levy is charged is grounded in internationally recognized accounting principles and excludes loan loss provisions and certain recoverables, which ensures that the levy is calculated on a consistent and economically meaningful basis. The regime also provides for robust enforcement, Mr. Speaker. Licensed financial institutions and local insurances are required to file returns annually. A penalty of $1,000 for every 6 months or part thereof will apply for late filing or late payment. Where an institution fails to file or pay, the Board of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker, may rely on certified information provided by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago to assess the levy. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Inland Revenue will have full powers under the Income Tax Act to enforce the levy, including recovery actions. The introduction of this commercial asset levy is necessary and beneficial for Trinidad and Tobago because it ensures that large financial institutions and local insurers, entities that hold substantial asset portfolios and play a central role in the country's financial system, make a fair and proportionate contribution to national revenue. These institutions benefit from the stability, regulatory oversight, and economic environment provided by the state. It is our view that a modest levy of 0.25% of their total assets ensures that they support the sustainability of that very environment, Mr. Speaker. Taxes similar to the commercial asset levy have been implemented in other Caribbean countries and extra-regional countries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 18 also inserts a new Part 17 that introduces a landlord business surcharge. This requires all landlords to register the premises they intended to rent within 3 months of the commencement of this part and to pay a one-time registration fee of $2,500. Upon registration, the Board of Inland Revenue will issue a certificate of registration for each property and a public register will be maintained for inspection. Mr. Speaker, the surcharge itself is to be paid on a quarterly basis and is calculated at a rate of 2.5% of gross rental income, where quarterly receipts are $20,000 or less, and 3.5% where receipts are above that threshold. Quarterly filings and payments must be made by the prescribed dates contained therein, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, penalties and interests apply for late filing or late payment. The Board of Inland Revenue will have full enforcement powers under the Income Tax Act, including the power to audit, recover, and enforce outstanding surcharge amounts. This surcharge applies equally to rental income received in foreign currency, ensuring that uniform treatment across all forms of rental earnings is accomplished. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the following are exempt from this legislation. The state-controlled enterprises, hotels already subject to the hotel accommodation tax, and charitable, education, and religious institutions approved under the Corporation Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, strong offenses have also been created to prevent non-compliance, including collecting rent from unregistered premises or knowingly supplying false information to the board. These offenses carry a penalty of $250,000 and 3 years of imprisonment. This new part ensures that the landlord sector is formalized, transparent, and accountable. It helps ensure that landlords who benefit from rental income contribute appropriately to national development while establishing a modern compliance and enforcement framework that protects tenants, supports fairness, and strengthens revenue administration. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that this new tax is much more equitable than the dreaded property tax because it is calculated on actual rental receipts as opposed to the P&M's fictional rent. You see, Mr. Speaker, they laugh because they knew what they were doing. They were manipulating figures, Mr. Speaker, charging an income tax on income that citizens were not receiving. It was a false income, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that this tax is much more equitable than their property tax. Mr. Speaker, Clause 18 also inserts a new part, 18, in the Miscellaneous Tax Act and introduces an electricity surcharge. Under this part, a surcharge of 5 cents per kilowatt hour will be charged on electrical energy consumed by commercial and industrial customers. This surcharge will be collected through the existing billing system of TNTech, with commercial and industrial customers paying the surcharge along with their regular electricity bill. Mr. Speaker, the surcharge will not apply to public schools, healthcare facilities, the supply of electricity for public purposes, or other additional categories as the Minister may by order prescribe. Mr. Speaker, Clause 18 introduces a new single-use plastic tax. Under this part, a tax of 5% will be applied to the CIF value of single-use plastic products listed in the newly established 11th schedule. Mr. Speaker, Clause 19 amends the Customs Act. This is specifically dealing with the concessions for electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, and CNG vehicles, and will now be facilitated, Mr. Speaker, through subsidiary legislation. Mr. Speaker, the amendment and repeal of Section 45A is based on the abuse that existed with the concessions that existed therein. Mr. Speaker, Clause 20 amends the Liquor Licenses Act by updating the gaming tax fee and revising duties payable for liquor licenses under the 2nd schedule. Mr. Speaker, we are now increasing the annual gaming fees under Section 20B as described in the documents before you, in the bill before you, Mr. Speaker. This multi-billion dollar industry remains unregulated, and I'm advised that the vast majority of these machines have been in operation for over a decade and have not been registered, Mr. Speaker. The revenues from this have not been reported, and therefore participants in this industry may have been guilty of fraud, tax evasion, and money laundering. Mr. Speaker, amendments to via Section 21 amends the Brewery Act by providing for increases in fines for criminal offences and introducing a scaled licensing fee that is proportionate to the brewer's annual production in volumes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 22 amends the financial obligations regulations, Mr. Speaker, to correct an error that exists in the current regulations. Mr. Speaker, Clause 23 of the bill provides for the commencement dates of provisions. Firstly, Sections 4, 6A, B, and C, and D, 7, 9, 10, E, and I, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, B, C, and D, 20B, and 21A, B, U, and V, and 5, shall come into force on January 1st, 2026. Mr. Speaker, with your support and with the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. San Fernando East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I sat here today listening to this Minister of Finance, and I had to wonder if I was in the twilight zone. This Minister of Finance has come before this country and has said that he has been diversifying the economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Minister of Finance has been looking at the headlines of late, but all you have been seeing is various business people across this country complaining that he is destroying their industries. Mr. Speaker, I marvel at the Minister of Finance's ability to just glibly glide over some of the more dangerous and damaging policies I have ever seen in the economic history of this country. It's as if he doesn't understand what it is he's doing. And we understand that the minister is hapless and needs help. But what is going on here is something that we should all be concerned about, Mr. Speaker. I want the people of this country to take note of the day and time of the passage of this bloated piece of legislation, this finance bill, because it marks the beginning of the end of this economy, Mr. Speaker. That is what this Minister of Finance and this government are doing to Trinidad and Tobago. This is a finance bill. Usually this finance bill is used to implement the measures meted out in the budget document, Mr. Speaker. The very same fake and fraudulent budget document. Mr. Speaker, as I said during the budget debate, that document had two purposes. One of them was to give this government an excuse to access the HSF, which they have already done, and have not explained to the people of this country why. The second use of that fake and fraudulent document, Mr. Speaker, was for payback from
Mr.
their
Speaker,
friends in the
Mr.
previous
Speaker,
election.
48.4, the member is imputing an improper motive in suggesting that this Minister of Finance is bringing a fake and fraudulent document to this Parliament.
48.6. I think it's 48.6, and I think when we look at the context, member, it's been historically labeled. We understand the banter, and you will have your chance to respond to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greatly appreciated. Mr. Speaker, that fake and fraudulent budget document that they brought to this
license now to...
Mr. Speaker, it is to access the HSF and to pay back their allies in the previous election, mainly the PSA and the OWTU,
Mr. Speaker, 48.6.
Yes, I think that one is where you've crossed the line a little bit. I want to remind you of something. You've said it now twice. The unauthorized access of the HSF constitutes a criminal offense. Hang on a minute.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what I said. I said unexplained access of the HSF. I never said unauthorized.
Whichever way is a criminal offense, both at common law and against the statute. I'm just putting you on notice that if you say it, you have to take ownership of it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
May or may not want to take ownership of it. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this incredibly dangerous document that we see before us today intends to implement some of the more draconian tax schedules I have ever seen in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. And much of it is out of the Minister of Finance's desperation to raise funds for helping those who may have helped him in the past, Mr. Speaker. Because that's
48.6. Mr. Speaker, this is a repeat offense.
I just told you, you crossed the line there. And quite frankly, if a minister imposes a tax burden on the citizen for an improper motive, that is also the commission of the offense of misconduct in public office. So let's just temper the language.
Mr. Speaker, I move on. I apologize.
Yes,
move
please.
On. Mr. Speaker, of course, there was no mention of any of these taxes during the election campaign that brought them into office, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they were totally against every single tax measure ever brought by this previous PNM government. And I'm going to jog the Minister of Finance's memory and the memory of those of this country. And I look at an article here from The Guardian. Headline, Persad Bissessar warns of more tax pressure for citizens. This coming while the member was in opposition. And it says, Persad Bissessar further blamed government for what she said was its history of borrowing, which led to the country's economic struggles, Mr. Speaker. Those are the words of the current Prime Minister. Next, the Prime Minister went on to say, then opposition leader scolded the government, saying, you cannot tax a country into prosperity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of this statement is just incredible. We have a Minister of Finance who's already being called Tancoo by the members of this population, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Anything that name calling and yes, but because you did it previously doesn't make it acceptable. You really think that name calling, the gratuitous name calling, assists us? You know, when you open that door, and people feel to respond and like.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a big boy. I can take it.
You see where we're going to go with that? So come on, let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I find myself too often coming to this chamber and have to educate this Minister of Finance on basic economics. Too often. The Minister of Finance is laboring under the false belief that the more he increases taxes in this country, the more revenues he will somehow generate for his purposes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. As one of my able allies here said a few weeks ago, there's something called a Laffer curve, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister of Finance may have missed that day in school. What the Laffer curve says, Mr. Speaker, there's a y-axis that says government revenue, and there's an x-axis that says taxation. When you increase taxes, revenues increase, government revenues increase. At some point, Mr. Speaker, you start to see diminishing returns, Mr. Speaker. You cannot tax and think that your revenue is just going to go up, and up. At some point, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is going to realize that he's creating a drag on this economy and he is destroying industries in this economy, Mr. Speaker. Destroying industries. Another major issue with this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that many of these requirements require improved law enforcement, Mr. Speaker. Improve law enforcement. You can't just write a piece of legislation, put it on paper, and think that somehow the funds will magically appear in the coffers of this government. We have two hapless ministers of national security, Mr. Speaker, that no one in this country has any confidence in. The Minister of Finance wants to depend on them to increase the revenues of this country. Mr. Speaker, God help him. God help him. We have one Minister of National Security who won't speak in this parliament, and another who can't. The people of this country have been waiting with bated breath for Tuna.
Point of order, 48-1.
Okay. San Fernando East, let's just continue without the personal invective.
Mr. Speaker, I move on. Mr. Speaker, it is just a sore point for people in this country because you have one minister blowing in a bag and another one blowing smoke in Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Nobody believes them or trusts them. But let me get through to the clauses of this particular bill and let the people of this country know just how dangerous this bill is, Mr. Speaker. Because those on the other side, I am amazed at how glibly the Minister of Finance could just glide over some of these measures, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will start here with Clause 3. Clause 3, Mr. Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill will amend the Gambling and Betting Act, Chapter 1119, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this increases fines, penalties, and the taxes for illegal lottery. Great, Mr. Speaker. As we said earlier, who is going to enforce the law to ensure that these taxes are collected? Who? The minister said nothing about that. He thinks it's magic. You just write it on this piece of paper here, make it law, and the money going to appear. That is not the case, Mr. Speaker. I move on. Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 of the bill would amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 1801, including immigration regulations to provide for new definitions of customs law data message, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Clause 4 is mandating electronic declarations, modernizing compliance. And I get that, Mr. Speaker, but there's a risk. There's a risk here that the digitally illiterate will have to be informed and trained and taught to be able for this to be functioning legislation, Mr. Speaker. There's also an aspect here that I find extremely dangerous, Mr. Speaker, to provide for the submission of electronic declarations, particularly for those who are by persons entering or leaving Trinidad and Tobago, and for the disclosure of information in arrival and departure declarations to the Comptroller of Customs and such other persons as the Minister may prescribe by order for the purpose of enforcing or ensuring compliance with the customs laws of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister of Finance seeking to arrogate such powers onto himself? Mr. Speaker, this is sensitive private information, and this government has already shown a propensity for not respecting the privacy of the citizens of this country, Mr. Speaker, or of other countries, Mr. Speaker. They have shown a scant regard for the privacy of the people of this country, and this Minister of Finance is here arrogating powers unto himself to decide to manage data that should be private and personal and should never be in the hands of any politician. The Minister just glided over that like it was nothing. Clause 4. Mr. Speaker, I have to educate so many people here, including the member for Barataria, who had to educate on the metric system recently. Yeah, welcome back. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, of the bill. Clause 5 of the bill would amend the Statistics Act, Chapter 1902, to provide for the inclusion of the Governor of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago as a competent authority for the purposes of Section 17 of the Statistics Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member said that this is a simple amendment. Mr. Speaker, the CSO is an independent institution in Trinidad and Tobago. The Central Bank is an independent institution in Trinidad and Tobago. This minister is seeking to place a political appointee as a member of the board of the CSO and give him access to private and personal information, Mr. Speaker, at the CSO. Please tell me what good could ever come from that. Why would the Minister of Finance want to put a political appointee on the independent CSO? The CSO produces facts and figures that many people in this country use to really create the policies and directives for the people of Trinidad and Tobago because they rely on it and they believe in it because it is independent. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is seeking to undermine the credibility of the CSO with this amendment here, Mr. Speaker, and it is uncalled for. I would like the Minister of Finance to explain why he thinks that this is okay for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I move on. Clause 6 of the bill would amend the National Lotteries Act, Chapter 2104, Mr. Speaker. Clause 6. And, Mr. Speaker, yes, this is supposed to create a funnel of funding that goes into sport and other things, and we understand that the minister would want access to this funding. We get it. I'm moving to Clause 7. Clause 7. The bill would amend the Tobacco Control Act, Chapter 3004, to increase the penalties under Section 37 in respect of a contravention of Sections 13 to 17A, and any provision of that act for which no penalty is prescribed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we understand, but earlier I said that this document, which they dropped on us a mere 2 days ago under the cover of darkness, for this surprise sitting of the House, Mr. Speaker, is riddled with hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I distinctly remember a previous Patrick Manning government which implemented a tax on tobacco just like this. It was in a region of 15 to 20%, and those on the other side said that Manning was imposing his religious values on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Here we see, Mr. Speaker, a tax of 100% on tobacco products. I ask the Minister of Finance, whose religious values is he imposing on the people of Trinidad and Tobago with this amendment? I have a long memory, don't worry. I'm getting warmed up. Clause 8. Clause 8 of the bill would amend the National Insurance Act, Chapter 3201, by increasing the rate of national insurance contributions under the second schedule to the Act. Mr. Speaker, incredible. Mr. Speaker, I listened to a gentleman in the other place, the Minister of Labour, explaining to the national community that if we added more persons to the public service, that means there would be more contributions to the NIS fund and would improve the standing of the fund. Mr. Speaker, my head almost exploded. This is a man in charge of the major labor issues of the day in this country. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the fund was never the number of contributions. It is the number of beneficiaries and the length of time for which they're receiving those benefits, Mr. Speaker. Those on the other side never said anything about this in the election campaign, but here they are today, Mr. Speaker, with this clause attempting to implement raising the contribution rates to 19.2% by 2027 for NIS contributions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem that we have with this fund is that we have an aging population. People are living longer, healthier lives. They are raising the contributions, and that is why one of the major recommendations was to increase the retirement age. Increasing the retirement age reduces the length of time that beneficiaries receive those benefits. The Minister of Labour, and I'm sure the Minister of Finance also, did not understand that, telling people that increasing the number of contributions is going to somehow improve the fund. If you increase the number of contributors, you also increase the number of beneficiaries. It doesn't do anything to help. The Minister of Labour added 1 + 1 and got 22, which is UNC math, Mr. Speaker. UNC math. Moving on, Mr. Speaker. I get in there just now, don't worry. Clause 9 of the bill would amend the Sport and Culture Fund Act, Chapter 4054, by deleting the definitions of instant lottery surplus, and so on, by amending Section 5 by deleting the paragraph, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 9. Clause 9, Mr. Speaker, it links the resources of the lottery deposits and makes funding volatile and dependent on gambling revenues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all for increased revenues to sport and culture in Trinidad and Tobago. We have no problem with that. But we think that there's a problem in linking that funding to gambling and gaming in Trinidad and Tobago. Sport and culture should not have to depend on such an industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on. Clause 10. Clause 10 of the bill would amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Mr. Speaker, increasing the penalties for failure to register and transfer motor vehicles and so on. Mr. Speaker, as we said during the budget debate, the Minister of Finance saw a challenge with mayhem and chaos on our roads and decided that it was a good opportunity for him to make more money. That's what they did. This is blood money. You're adding all of these ridiculous fines to all of these incidents on the road, and it does absolutely nothing to benefit the coffers because, again, it would depend on improved national security. And, of course, we know we cannot depend on the two ministers that we have. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, Clause 11. Clause 11 of the bill would amend the Motor Vehicles Insurance or Third-Party Risk Act, Chapter 4851, to increase the penalties of several key infractions, including failing to hold mandatory third-party insurance. Mr. Speaker, I tried to help. I tried to educate those on the other side, especially the Minister of Local Government. I explained to the Minister the legislation. Mr. Speaker, government vehicles do not require motor vehicle insurance, Mr. Speaker. It is right there in the law of the land. This Minister of Finance, instead of doing the right thing and correcting that mistake, rather spend tens of millions of dollars annually while sticking the members of this country with increased ridiculous taxes to generate revenues. When all he has to do is follow the law and save himself some funding, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me educate the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, I suggest you speak to your highly qualified and educated PS and ask her about, under recurrent expenditure section, it's called subtotal other charges, Mr. Speaker. And the line item is called outstanding insurance claims for government vehicles. I'd like the Minister of Finance to ask his PS exactly what that means. You can save yourself a few $1 million, Mr. Minister of Finance. You're welcome. Moving on. Mr. Speaker, Clause 12 of the bill. Clause 12 of the bill would amend the Maxi Taxi Act, Chapter 4853, in Section 11, by increasing the penalty for operating a maxi taxi without a valid permit and employing a person who is not the holder of a valid permit to operate a maxi taxi. Mr. Speaker, we understand. But what have those on the other side done to improve access to those permits? How many maxi taxi operators in this country have to wait months, whoever knows how long, to get their bus route passes, to get their badges, to get those things through government agencies? No care about that. but the minister is ready to add these ridiculous taxes because he doesn't live in the real world. He's in an ivory tower. But once again, he thinks just putting it on paper means that somehow the revenues are going to appear in the government coffers. Mr. Speaker, total failure. No way. No way. Clause 13 of the bill would amend the Valuation of Land Act, Chapter 5803, in Section 27.1 to remove the reference to the Property Tax Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 13. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, those on the other side have been so desperate to remove this Property Tax Act, but it creates uncertainty about long-term property taxation policy, and repeal of property tax undermines stable revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the PNM had implemented a Property Tax Act, Mr. Speaker, and that was to raise revenues from a nominal sum to ensure that local government activities could be funded in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I ask this Minister of Finance, where is that funding going to come from now? Where is it going to come from now? He can't say. He can't say. The Minister of Finance has been going around town saying, I have been studying this economy for 30 years. And what we get in his first budget is increased and new taxes. That's all we got. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's safe to say after 30 years of study, the minister failed the exam. Mr. Speaker, failed. I could get a first-year UE economics student to raise taxes. Anybody could do that. But this Minister of Finance and this government have completely run out of ideas already. Everything they do is either cut and paste from some other jurisdiction or somehow a do-over of a previous PNM policy. And you're going to see the same property tax that they're against. They remove it and then bring it back in the few clauses down. You know, I was listening to who? Member from Couva North with a revitalization program. And it sounded very much like Patrick Manning's Vision 2020, the remix. That is what they've been calling it. Vision 2020, the remix is what they've been calling it, Mr. Speaker. DJ Khaled, we the best, Mr. Speaker. Because those on the other side have completely run out of ideas. So they have to remix the PNM ideas and pretend that they came up with it themselves, Mr. Speaker. But I move on. I don't want to hurt Couva South feelings any further. All right? Mr. Speaker, Clause 14, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of all the clauses in this bill, in this bloated last-minute bill that they want to spring on the people of this country, is Clause 14, Mr. Speaker. I am stunned that the Minister of Finance will just glide over this. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance knows that this policy here should have been a debate by itself. It should not have been included in this bloated document. 44 pages of 23 clauses. They tried to hide it in here. The minute we saw this bill come to in our mailbox, we knew they were trying to hide something. We knew it. 2 days' notice for 44 pages of 23 clauses. Mr. Speaker, this Clause 14 of the bill would amend the External Loans Act, Chapter 7105 in Section 3.1 to increase the limit for borrowing externally to 45,000 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Mr. Speaker, they are raising the external limit from 50 million to 45 billion dollars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this is the beginning of the end of our economy. This is the beginning of the end. It is clear that this Minister of Finance has no ideas. The only thing he knows to do is raise taxes and borrow money. That's it. He'll come here and say that he's diversifying the economy. I would like the minister, when he winds up, to tell this country one thing he has done to diversify the economy of this country. Because when I read the news, all I see are businesses closing down. I see restaurants and bars closing down, fet promoters closing down. Everything closing down. The what? Bars closing down. I read the article. Closing down every honest small business in the country, but coming here to tell the people, He is diversifying the economy in his dreams, Mr. Speaker, in his dreams. Mr. Speaker, this raises our debt limit. It guarantees a downgrade from the international rating agencies. Guarantees. And once we are downgraded, a devaluation cannot be far behind, Mr. Speaker. It is as night follows day. We are already bleeding foreign exchange in this economy. The Minister of Finance has done nothing to stop that bleeding, and very soon he will have no choice. He cannot borrow any money locally anymore, no matter how much they try to stack the deck at the local banks on the different boards. Most of them have reached their concentration limits in terms of lending money to this government, so now he wants to borrow externally. And of course, that is going to be in US dollars, Mr. Speaker. When you borrow in US dollars, it means you have to repay in US dollars, Mr. Speaker. It is extremely dangerous. The minister spent about 2 seconds on this important clause of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm warning people of this country that this simple, as the member calls it, clause 14 is the beginning of the end. I want to remind you that we told you so. Clause 15 of the bill, Mr. Speaker. And clause 14 should be a debate on its own. But of course, they stick it in here so that we wouldn't have enough time to thoroughly ventilate it. But let's move on. Clause 15. Clause 15 of the bill would amend the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, to A, revise the structure and procedures of the Board of Inland Revenue. Mr. Speaker, when they say revise the structure and procedures of the Board of Inland Revenue, they basically mean installing their political appointees on the Board of Inland Revenue, another supposedly independent institution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Minister of Finance is arrogating powers unto himself, Mr. Speaker, that he has no business doing. What does the Minister of Finance want to access at the Board of Inland Revenue? Right? We had the TTRA. We had the TTRA, Mr. Speaker, which was supposed to democratize tax collection in this country. The TTRA, they destroyed that. They said that it was politically influenced, and they said that it was a PNM party group. That is what they called it. Mr. Speaker, the Privy Council said something entirely different. So after scrapping that institution, claiming that it was politically influenced, here we have the Minister of Finance attempting to foist 2 of his political appointees onto the previously independent Board of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he hoped we would miss that. We didn't. We are the People's National Movement. We missed that.
You have 1 minute again, unless you wish your 15 minutes.
I'll take it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, it's hard work educating this Minister of Finance. It takes time. But I'm the man for the job. Let's move on. Mr. Speaker, the previous Board of Inland Revenues had 5 public officers. 5. They are changing it to 6 public officers, plus 2 political appointees and a PS from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker. Why do they feel the need to insert political appointees on the independent Board of Inland Revenue? Why? So they can access people's private information? So they can manipulate what's going on in the institution? Once you put political appointees onto the board, you open up yourself to those kinds of questions. Why would the Minister of Finance feel the need to do that? I'd like him to answer that question when he winds up, Mr. Speaker. Clause 16, moving on. Clause 16 of the bill would amend the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, by inserting a new section, 10Z, which will provide new fiscal incentives for both corporations and individuals making financial contributions to shelters approved by the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Clause 16. So after the Minister of Finance in the previous 15 clauses just destroys and decimates our entire economy, he decides in Clause 16 to save the puppies. The greatly appreciated Minister of Finance. They stick in the Clause 16 here, right after Clause 15 and 14 and 15, where they're infringing on the rights of the people of this country and also intend to bury our future generations under a mountain of debt. He gives a tax break for saving the puppies. Thanks, Minister of Finance. Greatly appreciated. Clause 17, moving on. Clause 17 of the bill would repeal the Property Tax Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of this country have not forgotten, and we expect the Minister of Finance to pay us our property tax refund, Mr. Speaker. We expect our refund. The Minister promised it. We're going to ask him to get it. Also, yeah, and you want it in cash, not non-cash. Thanks. Cash, not non-cash. And Mr. Speaker, people of this country have been clamoring for the Minister of Finance to pay them their tax refunds, Mr. Speaker. Yes. People are begging and pleading. I get messages, I get calls. Where are our tax refunds? The Minister of Finance is completely destroying this economy with his draconian measures, Mr. Speaker. He is destroying this economy. But because he missed that day in school, he thinks more taxes equal more government revenues. And as I showed earlier, that is absolutely not the case. He is destroying entire industries in this country with his ridiculous taxes. Moving on. Clause 18 of the bill would amend the miscellaneous taxes chapter 7701 by inserting after part 15, yes, well these are the taxes that they measured out in the budget. The first one, the commercial asset levy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the tax that this Minister of Finance wants to implement on the financial institutions of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me explain something to the Minister of Finance. The financial institution sector of this country is one of the most vibrant industries in Trinidad and Tobago. Also, its shares form part of almost every major fund in Trinidad and Tobago, which is why so many successive governments have been hands-off with financial institutions. I'm talking about the NIB, UTC, pension funds, insurance funds, savings funds, investments funds. If it's in TT dollars, they are all heavily invested in the shares of the financial institutions of Trinidad and Tobago. This minister decides to implement a tax which impugns the profitability of these same institutions, which puts every major fund in this country at risk. It puts every fund in this country at risk, but the minister does not understand that. He doesn't get it. Everyone is extremely worried by this commercial asset levy. It is a tax on assets, which is almost undemocratic. A tax on assets, not a tax on performance, not a tax on revenues or profits. It's a tax on assets. It's a fixed cost that he's adding to every financial institution in Trinidad and Tobago. All. And insurance companies, which are also invested. They are all very concerned, Mr. Speaker. Every single one, my inbox filled with messages from bankers in this country and fund managers, because they say that this Minister of Finance is steadily destroying our financial sector and funds. So when they come to you talking nonsense about mismanagement of the NIB fund, I want you to understand that they're the ones mismanaging the fund, Mr. Speaker. No one else. I don't know how any sensible Minister of Finance can implement a tax on assets on maybe the best performing industry in Trinidad and Tobago, which will damage every fund in this country. Ridiculous. Next, Mr. Speaker. Oh, the landlord business surcharge, Mr. Speaker, a.k.a. the property tax by another name, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance giveth and he taketh away, Mr. Speaker. The minister removes the property tax in one breath and then reinstalls it in the other, Mr. Speaker, with the landlord business surcharge. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the former Minister of Finance, said there are approximately about 100,000 renters or landlords in this country, Mr. Speaker. So you hit them with that tax. Okay? And then also next, you had the electricity tax for commercial use. So you hit them with a commercial tax also. And then next, you have the single-use plastic bag. So anybody buying from any shop, they give you a plastic bag, you get hit with a tax there too, Mr. Speaker. Plus, you go to the bank now, you get hit with another tax, Mr. Speaker. It's just tax, 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 tax. Hence the member's nickname that I won't say in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. Hence the member's nickname. Mr. Speaker, this is all the member could come up with after 30 years of study, according to him. More taxes, and some of these taxes are extremely destructive, Mr. Speaker. It is the beginning of the end of our economy because he does not get it. He doesn't get it. Clause 19 of the bill would amend the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, Clause 19 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, by repealing sections 45A and I go down here to the disclosure of information and customs declarations to certain specified officers for the purpose of safeguarding public health and safety, or to such other persons as the minister may prescribe by order the insertion of definitions of data message, electronic and electronic record. Again, Mr. Speaker, we see the Minister of Finance arrogating powers unto himself to access the private information of individuals in this country. Mr. Speaker, no politician should be able to have that power. None. But of course, this Minister of Finance is decided to run roughshod over the sensibilities of the people of this country and deciding that he can do what he wants, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind those on the other side that they may be living in ivory towers right now, but in case they haven't noticed, they have already lost their mandate with the people of this country. In six short months, they have lost the trust of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And if it wasn't for their contrived SOE, people would already be marching in the streets trying to get this government out of office. Because as they are proven, they cannot be trusted, Mr. Speaker. They cannot be trusted to manage this country, to manage this economy, or with your personal information. They cannot be trusted, Mr. Speaker. Move on. Mr. Speaker, clause 20 of the bill would amend the Liquor Licenses Act, Chapter 8410, in Section 20B, increase the gaming tax from $6,000 per amusement machine to $25,000, another ridiculous increase in taxes, because that is all the Minister of Finance can do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I already saw members of that industry in the media saying that it would be an extinction-level event for their small, honest businesses with this draconian increase in taxes. Even big business people running restaurants in South Trinidad and Tobago say they have to shut down their business because of taxes on gaming machines and also taxes on liquor at the bar, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the member had paid attention in business school, but I guess he didn't attend, he would know that many of these businesses, restaurants and so on, get their profits from the bar, not from the door. The member doesn't get that. He doesn't get it. He's shutting down honest business people in this country for a mad desperation for revenues, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 55-1B. The member has been spending his entire contribution repeating the same point over and over again. 55-1B, please.
Well, I wouldn't class it as tedious repetition, but what I would class it as a catchphrase using to describe a theme. But I suppose let's continue.
Mr. Speaker, greatly appreciate your indulgence. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker,
Grateful that you do. So I would not expect any remonstration in the future when I rule against you.
I will look that word up later, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, clause 21 of the bill would amend the Brewery Act, Chapter 8752, to modernize the licensing regime for brewers in Trinidad and Tobago by establishing a system whereby the annual license fee is directly tied to the brewer's production volume, thereby ensuring a more equitable and efficient revenue structure. Mr. Speaker, some of our brewers are some of our best manufacturers in terms of exporting their product internationally. They're some of our best earners of foreign exchange. Why would the Minister of Finance want to impugn the profitability of some of our best foreign exchange earners in an environment where we are desperate for foreign exchange? Because he's lost. He's lost, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't know what he's doing or where he's going. Why would you implement such a tax on some of the best performing manufacturing businesses in the country? He can't, because he doesn't understand what to do. So he's just slapping taxes on everybody, thinking that that's somehow going to increase revenues. Mr. Speaker, it will not. Mr. Laffer is laughing right now. Clause 22 of the bill would amend the Financial Obligations Regulations 2010 to change a cross-reference. And Clause 23 of the bill would provide the commencement dates for the various clauses. Mr. Speaker, as I said from the very beginning, this bill reeks of hypocrisy. It is destructive, it is dangerous, and it reeks of desperation, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance is desperate for additional revenues, but he's going about it the wrong way. And in his clumsiness, he's going to destroy entire industries in this country and bring this economy to a screeching halt. The increase in our external debt limit by itself is almost going to guarantee a downgrade. A downgrade is going to increase the interest rate of everything in Trinidad and Tobago. Everything. Mortgages, you name it. Anything you borrow money, unsecured loans, the rates are going up. Prepare yourself, Mr. Speaker. We on this side present that this bill is extremely dangerous and had no business bringing aspects of this bill in this bloated finance document. Many of the measures here weren't even included in the national budget, but somehow found its way into this document. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance needs to rethink his efforts, or we are on our way to a doomed economy. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
It's now 4:30, members. It's time for the slated tea break. I propose to take the break now, and we'll return at 5:15. Sitting is suspended for 45 minutes.
The Speaker.
Member for County Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome after a break. I just want to say I'm honored to join this finance bill. It's a very important bill that we are debating here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. But before I get into the substance of my presentation, I just want to deal with a couple of things from the member for San Fernando East. I always try to be kind to everyone, Mr. Speaker, but I always hope that every time the member for San Fernando East presents, that his debates will rise. But I guess that is asking for a bit too much, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at the DNA that where he came from, you'd also think that something would happen. So I really would like to, maybe he has to check his DNA to see, really and truly, at that point in time. Mr. Speaker, I now see why the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, when he was 1 month as Prime Minister, didn't hire him as any substantive minister. I would have thought you would have made him the Minister of Finance because he spent 4 years under the previous Minister of Finance. We had to bring somebody from England to be the Minister of Finance. So I would leave that there as far as the contribution for San Fernando East, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing today is not a finance bill under attack. It is really the truth that is under attack, and I will explain that, Mr. Speaker. In the last 24 hours, or the last 48 hours, or the entire week, if you read in the newspapers, you would have seen different excerpts and statements from the member from Diego Martin Northeast. So I would have thought today he would have been here to debate this bill. But I understand he's somewhere in Europe, Mr. Speaker. So I think he's somewhere in Europe. All right? And he left the member for San Fernando East to do the job. And we realize he has fallen short on that job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen again is really an attack on this finance bill that is presented by our Minister of Finance. And I want to congratulate our Minister of Finance for tremendous work he has been doing over the last 6 to 7 months. I remember when we demitted office in 2015 and the last administration came into governance in 2015. The Minister of Finance at that time was Diego Martin Northeast, and he talked about in his first budget presentation, he mentioned that the last administration left fumes in the Treasury. I want to say to the members on that side, you all didn't even leave a smell from the Minister of Finance to operate with. We couldn't even smell. At least you all were smelling fumes, according to the member for Diego Martin Northeast, but we can't even smell anything. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say we understand the challenge, and I think we are up to the challenge, led by the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar as Prime Minister, and we have a very, very astute Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say that the other side is trying to say there's a host of an avalanche of new taxes. There's something on landlord tax and so forth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill really impacts 21 pieces of legislation. So it is, as I said, in my view, a very important piece of legislation. And I want to say, they're trying to make out that there's a host of taxes coming. And I want to say over the last 9 years, Mr. Speaker, for the last 9 years, led by, as Minister of Finance, a member for Diego Martin Northeast, and I don't know if they forgot, they implemented 70 new taxes increase, Mr. Speaker. They removed $88 billion in subsidies and left citizens to drown in higher food prices, Mr. Speaker. Higher fuel prices, Mr. Speaker. Higher electricity rates, Mr. Speaker. And the worst cost of living in 2 decades, Mr. Speaker. So when the former Minister of Finance, and I read in his papers, he's really the architect of hardship, because what he has done over the last 9 years to our country, it has taken us a long time to come out to bring back some resemblance of economic stability in our country. But we will do it, Mr. Speaker. We will do it. Mr. Speaker, I will present my presentation here as my capacity as Minister of Housing and Member of Parliament, but also as someone who sees every single day, Mr. Speaker, the pressures that families, homeowners and tenants are under across Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, this bill is called a finance bill, but in reality, it is a housing and community protection bill in my view. It decides who shoulders the burden, who is protected, and how we use the tax system to support people where they actually live, in their homes, in their communities, in their neighborhoods, Mr. Speaker. For years under the previous PNM regime, the tax system was drifting in a direction where the easiest target was the ordinary homeowner and the working family. This bill marks a clear political and policy break from that philosophy, Mr. Speaker. It says very plainly, we on this side will not balance the books on the backs of the people least able to pay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to focus on 5 major issues in this bill and explain why I strongly support them and why they represent a fundamentally different approach from those who sat in office before. Mr. Speaker, I turn first to the repeal of the property tax. I think that's clause 18, Mr. Speaker. For far too long, ordinary homeowners, pensioners, single parents, low-income families live with the looming threat of an annual tax on the roof over their heads. And you would remember what transpired over the last 3 to 4 years, over the last 9 years, with the property tax hanging over the country's head, Mr. Speaker. People were filling out valuation forms, let us remind them, listening to public pronouncements and wondering, how much more will I have to pay just to stay in my own home, Mr. Speaker? You remember the hardships that was brought on by the elderly when these valuation forms and these auditors were visiting the homes, your homes, and you were trying to understand what would be your tax, Mr. Speaker. There was anxiety, confusion, and no real guarantee that the elderly, the vulnerable, or those on fixed incomes would be spared hardship. That is a legacy, Mr. Speaker, of the choices that were being made. This bill brings that chapter to an end, Mr. Speaker, by repealing the property tax regime. This government is sending an unmistakable signal. The modest family home is not the state's cash cow, Mr. Speaker. It is not the state's cash cow. The person who has worked 30 to 40 years to pay off a small mortgage should not be in the first place the Treasury looks to raise revenue. And that is what this government has taken here today, a decision to repeal the property tax. And as we say, promises made, promises kept, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the landlord business surcharge because the member for San Fernando East is linking the repeal of the property tax to the landlord business surcharge. Landlord, I just want to say the landlord business surcharge, Mr. Speaker. There has been for years a well-known imbalance in our rental market. Every month, Mr. Speaker, salaried workers see PAYE deducted from their wages. They pay VAT on every purchase. They comply with the law. Yet a significant part of the rental economy has operated in shadows, substantial rental incomes, multiple properties, but little or no registration or contribution to the tax base, Mr. Speaker. Under the previous policy framework, that situation was allowed to continue, and we say talk yes, action no. This bill confronts that reality head-on, Mr. Speaker, in clause 18, Mr. Speaker. So let me just turn to clause 18. This clause 18 does 3 important things, Mr. Speaker. It recognizes renting as a business where it is done on a commercial scale. Let me just repeat that. It recognizes renting as a business where it is done on a commercial scale. It requires landlords in that business to register with tax authorities. It imposes a modest surcharge on gross rental income with a slightly higher rate as the income grows. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is not an attack on the small homeowner renting out one room to help pay a loan. It is a correction of a structural unfairness that has been ignored for too long. If you are running a rental business and benefiting from the housing market, you must make a fair contribution to the state that provides the services of roads, security, utilities, and public service that support the value of those properties, Mr. Speaker. From the standpoint of housing, Mr. Speaker, this measure is very powerful. It gives us much better data on the size, location, and nature of the rental stock, so we can design more precise policies on rent assistance, student accommodation, and minimum standards. And it helps ensure fairer burden sharing so that when we fund social housing programs, upgrades and regularization, we are not forced to squeeze the same working families, Mr. Speaker, over and over through broad-based taxes. So when the members opposite rise to defend the status quo, Mr. Speaker, let them explain to the country why the payee worker must be fully in the net, but the owner of multiple rental properties should float above the stream, Mr. Speaker. On this side, Mr. Speaker, we say those who profit from the housing market in a substantial, organized way must stand shoulder to shoulder with the ordinary taxpayer and carry their fair share. That is a political choice in this clause, Mr. Speaker, clause 18. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the electricity surcharge on commercial and industrial users. Let me repeat that. The electricity charge is a new clause, part Roman numeral 18, on surcharge for commercial and industrial users, Mr. Speaker. This country has enjoyed some of the lowest electricity tariffs in the region for decades. And we heard that over when they were on this side. I think the member for Aruka Lopino used to say that when he used to sit down there. I think somewhere down where the Minister of Oropuch, Minister of Health sits, somewhere down there. Every so often he would get up and he would say the same thing I'm saying here, right? The same thing we are saying here on this side, where that we enjoy some of the lowest electricity tariffs in the regions for decades. I don't know if he forgot, Mr. Speaker. So I hope when he gets up this evening to speak, he would agree with what we are saying here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. That has given us an advantage, and he had said that. It gave us an advantage, yes, but it also came with a real fiscal cost that was allowed to grow and grow. Correct, Member Faruka? Lupino? You're not agreeing with me now? For years, the hard question was ducked. The hard question was ducked. Who should bear that cost? Remember that? Those were your words, right? Aruka Maloney? Lupino? Who should bear that cost? Households or small businesses? Or those at the very top of the consumption ladder, Mr. Speaker? This bill answers that question clearly, Mr. Speaker, not the ordinary household, Mr. Speaker. And this bill answers that clearly. It is about the top end, Mr. Speaker. This bill introduces a small surcharge, just a few cents, as the member knows, per kilowatt hour, only on commercial and industrial consumers. Residential customers are excluded, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat that. Residential customers are excluded from that surcharge, Mr. Speaker. Not only households, but also key public services, such as schools, health facilities, and also, I think, NGOs. Minister of Finance, you can expand a bit on that. What does that mean in practice, Mr. Speaker? What it means, Mr. Speaker, it means that we protect affordable electricity for families in our housing developments and communities, Mr. Speaker. We support the continued operation of street lighting, which my friend knows, water pumps, elevators, and community families, which are lifelines in dense housing settlements. And we send a clear but measured signal to high-volume users, Mr. Speaker, to invest in energy efficiency, modern lighting, efficient machinery, better management, which is good for their bottom line and for the public purse. So it is really about the commercial side, Mr. Speaker, that this bill talks about with that electricity surcharge, not the normal man and not the normal household, Mr. Speaker. This is not anti-business. I want us to repeat that. Even with that surcharge, it is not anti-business. It is transparent. It is predictable, and it is modest, Mr. Speaker. It is modest. Even with this surcharge, our commercial rates remain very, very competitive, Mr. Speaker, and attractive as a country. What truly undermines investment and business confidence, Mr. Speaker, is an unfunded grid that my friend knows about. Mountain subsidies that my friend knows about, that the state, and he knows this, cannot afford, and the risk of instability in service. He knows that. So I'll be very interested how he comes to prosecute that clause, Mr. Speaker, if he does. That was a trajectory when these issues were papered over instead of confronted, Mr. Speaker. This measure avoids that. It says, and I quote, to large users, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support a reliable, subsidized electricity system, but you must help carry its cost, not hide behind the domestic consumer, Mr. Speaker. And he knows this. The last Minister of Public Utilities, Aruka Lopino, he knows this. So if members opposite, including my friend Aruka Lopino, wishes to oppose this clause, let them tell the country plainly, do they prefer higher light bills for households instead, or a crumbling grid with no money to maintain it, Mr. Speaker? Let them come and tell me this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the single plastic tax, Mr. Speaker. And my good friend from the Minister of Local Development could understand this. Every rainy season in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, the people who live in our housing estates, which, as the Minister of Housing, in low-lying communities, in informal settlements, are the first to feel the effects of unmanaged plastic waste, Mr. Speaker. We see blocked drains, and I know, my colleague from Aruka Lopino is shaking his head. He's in awe. He's in agreement. We see blocked drains, flooded homes, mosquito infestations, and serious health risk. We all know the images of styrofoam boxes, Mr. Speaker, plastic cups, disposable containers pile up in the rivers and waterways. For years, Mr. Speaker, we had report after report, study after study about the impact of plastic and flooding. But the concrete fiscal signal was never implemented, Mr. Speaker, by them. Again, plenty talk, very little action, Mr. Speaker. This clause in this bill goes directly at that problem, Mr. Speaker. It imposes a small tax on defined imported single-use plastics, the very products that most often end up clogging our drains, you agree, member? Choking our rivers and filling our landfills that you were in charge of. You agree? The purpose is not simply to raise money. Let me just say that, Mr. Speaker. This measure is not simply to raise money. It is to change behavior and fund better management, Mr. Speaker. That is what this clause is about. This measure encourages a shift towards reusable, biodegradable packaging by altering the price signal at the border. It provides resources for improved waste collection, recycling, and public education, Mr. Speaker. And it reduces the long-term costs of flood damage, cleanup operations, my friend would know this, and public health impacts, costs which right now fall squarely on the state, Mr. Speaker, and on the same farmers we are trying to protect through our housing policy, Mr. Speaker. From a housing standpoint, as Minister of Housing, Mr. Speaker, this is not nice to have environmental measure, Mr. Speaker. It is a direct intervention to protect homes, to reduce the frequency and intensity of flooding in residential areas, to make surroundings cleaner and safer for our children, to cut the hidden waste, Mr. Speaker, and costs that poor families pay when their possessions are destroyed by avoidable floods. And that's what my colleague as a member, as a Minister of Local Government, suffers. We all suffer that annually, the flooding that takes place because of the plastic use, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure the member for Rukam Lopino would agree with what I'm saying here this afternoon. Because he used to say it on this side, but they never had the will to do it, Mr. Speaker. But we have the will, and we will get it done, Mr. Speaker. Maybe you didn't have the support on that side when you were on this side, Mr. Speaker. But I will tell you, under the Minister of Finance, with the Minister of Public Utilities, we will get it done, Mr. Speaker. And I do not think anyone, after I speak here this evening, will trivialize what I just said about that plastic use tax, Mr. Speaker. The political choice here is whether we continue to socialize the cost of pollution onto the poorest homeowners. This is critical. Or whether we ask those who import and profit from single-use plastics to contribute to the cost of cleaning up the mess. This government has made its choice, Mr. Speaker, and we will implement this tax, for the betterment of our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we put these measures side by side, and there was one particular, I want to go to another clause that my friend from San Fernando East talked about. Talked about clause 15, Mr. Speaker, with the BIR. I want to just add a little bit on that, Mr. Speaker. For years, Mr. Speaker, everyone has agreed that the BIR must be modernized, that it must function with more professionalism, better oversight, and clearer lines of responsibilities. This is clause 15. Clause 15 does exactly that, Mr. Speaker, without tearing down the institution that they wanted to do, without creating a new authority, Mr. Speaker, that they wanted to do and control, and without disturbing the constitutional protections that taxpayers and public officers rely on. It is a measured, thoughtful reform of the existing board, not a power grab that the San Fernando East was trying to elude, not a hidden TTRA that the member of the Diego-Martin Northeast was trying to do, but a long overdue update of the law that governs how the BIR is run. This clause, Mr. Speaker, reconstitutes the board itself. We move from a narrow, outdated structure to a 9-member board that blends experience and expertise, 6 senior public officers, 1 attorney at law of at least 10 years standing, nobody can disagree with that, 1 qualified accountant with at least 10 years experience, and a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance as an ex officio member. The President, Mr. Speaker, will appoint the professional members and designate a chair from among the public officers. Mr. Speaker, that composition matters, and I'll tell you why. The BIR today must deal, the composition, the BIR today must deal with transfer pricing that is critical for our country, digital economy issues, multinational groups, aggressive tax planning, and disputes that run into hundreds of millions of dollars. It is only sensible, Mr. Speaker, that the board charged with these decisions has legal, financial, and senior administrative competence built in instead of relying on the old custom, personality, or chance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 15 brings discipline and structure to the way the board operates. The BIR board will now be required to prepare an annual report on the performance of its function, to submit that to the Minister of Finance within a specified time frame, and the Minister must lay that report in Parliament. So there are checks and balances that we are putting in place with this revamping of the BIR, Mr. Speaker. So there are checks and balances and transparency, not what is being said by the member for San Fernando East or even the member for Diego-Martin Northeast, who is not here. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, while this is crucial, It demolishes the fiction that we are creating some runaway and untouchable revenue body. Mr. Speaker, Parliament will be able to see trends, priorities and performance at a high level to ask the hard questions when necessary. Mr. Speaker, taken as a whole, the amendments to the Board of Inland Revenue in Clause 15 are about making our existing tax administration fit for purpose in a modern economy, and that is critical, Mr. Speaker. They kept the BRR within the traditional statutory framework under the Constitution, but they update the engine room who sits on the board, how it meets, how it manages risk, how it guards against conflicts, and how it reports to this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, that means more predictable revenues, less leakage, and a stronger performance to fund housing, roads, healthcare, education, and social protection, Mr. Speaker. That is what the Minister of Finance is doing here today, Mr. Speaker. Clause 15, again, Mr. Speaker, is a very important clause. Imposes clear conflict of interest rules. I also want to read this out. On commissioners and committee members, so there are checks and balances. If you have any direct or indirect interest in a matter, you must disclose it and you must step back, Mr. Speaker. You must recuse yourself. And you know some people on that side know how to recuse themselves.
Would you like your 15 minutes?
Yes, please, Mr.
Thank you.
What? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, and if a commissioner, I want to just show you the operation, and if a commissioner deliberately conceals such an interest, that is an offence with significant fines and potential imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a powerful deterrent against insiders using tax powers for personal and private gains. I just want to ensure that we have checks and balances in place with this new BIR. It protects the honest taxpayers. It protects the integrity of the system. And it protects the many public officers who are doing their jobs properly from being tainted by the misconduct of a few. Mr. Speaker, Clause 15 explicitly links the BR to parliamentary scrutiny. It links it to parliamentary scrutiny. It is no longer acceptable, Mr. Speaker, for an institution of this importance to meet when convenient or to function on the basis of informal arrangements. The clause requires the board, Mr. Speaker, to meet at least once every month, establishes a clear quorum, and obligates it to create standing committees in the critical risk areas: audit, risk management, taxpayers' compliance, and information technology. That is transparency on this side, Mr. Speaker. They would never have brought that, Mr. Speaker. They would have never brought this kind of transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker. So that is what Clause 15 is about, Mr. Speaker. On this side, we are very clear of what we stand here today, Mr. Speaker. But this Finance Bill 2025 represents a decisive step away from the old regressive tax instincts and towards a fairer, more modern, more people-centered fiscal framework. It recognizes that the state must raise revenue, but insists that it be done in a way that defends the dignity of homeowners and tenants, stabilizes our communities, and still gives the government the means to invest in housing, infrastructure, and social services. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as the Minister of Housing and Member of Parliament of Caroni Central, I not only support but strongly endorse this Finance Bill 2025, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I close, the country must understand one thing, Mr. Speaker. The country must understand one thing. This bill is not an assault on citizens. It is a shield for them. This bill is not an assault on citizens, Mr. Speaker. It is a shield on them. But what is an assault? What is an assault, Mr. Speaker? is the reckless, baseless, fear-mongering statements being pushed by the member for Diego Martin Northeast, Mr. Speaker. Horrible. And when you saw, in the daily papers, Tuesday, the 4th of December, headline, "Stop the Theatrics." I don't like to say that, but Tancoo tells Imbert, barely the Minister of Finance is telling the member for Diego Martin Northeast to stop the theatrics because it's fear-mongering. There's another one by the Minister of Finance before the member for Diego Martin Northeast before he went on his what they call it, the soiree in Europe. Measures will target the small man. Measures will target the small man. From my debate here this afternoon so far, Mr. Speaker, through you, I don't think I've tried to show that these taxes that are being implemented is not for the small man. It does not affect, it is for the big business, Mr. Speaker, the big landlords, Mr. Speaker, and also the individuals who utilize our cheap electricity rates, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, but what is, Mr. Speaker, the bill is not an assault on citizens, it is a shield for them. I just want to repeat that. But what is an assault, Mr. Speaker? I want to describe what is an assault. Mr. Speaker, it is the reckless, baseless, fear-mongering statements being pushed by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. He sat in that ministry for 9 years presiding over the Ministry of Finance. The collapse of small businesses, the evaporation of the middle class, that what transpired over the last 9 to 10 years. The highest food inflations in 2 decades, as I had mentioned before. And the most aggressive tax regime ever seen in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. He raised everything but hope. Let me repeat that. The Minister of Finance is member for Diego Martin Northeast for the last 9 years, raised everything but hope. Not once, not twice, and I think, and they're right yet. All right? As I said, he raised everything but hope. Now, after 9 years of punishing citizens, he wants to pretend to be their savior. He wants to pretend to be their savior. He wants to pretend he is the savior for the small man, Mr. Speaker. But he all now up in Europe. I don't think the small man could go to Europe, Mr. Speaker. In a gondola that my colleague here from Orupuch East is reminding, I don't know if he has a tracking system on him, Mr. Speaker. The people of Trinidad and Tobago, remember the truth. If anyone knows about railroading, it is the last administration. If anyone knows about wickedness, here right there. If anyone knows about wickedness, it is the last Minister of Finance. And I know that firsthand. I know that firsthand, Mr. Speaker. If anyone knows about wickedness, is the last member for Diego Martin Northeast, Mr. Speaker. This bill, don't jump up, St. Anne's, don't jump. I speak the truth. I speak the truth. This bill, unlike the dozens he forced onto this country, was not designed to create hardship. It was designed to create stability, fairness, opportunity, and growth in our country. Mr. Speaker, this government will not be intimidated by noise on that side, Mr. Speaker. We will not be distracted by misinformation, Mr. Speaker. We will not allow fear-mongering to derail responsible governance by this government, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, still evening, we stand on the side of truth, Mr. Speaker. On the side of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. On the side of building a stronger country, Mr. Speaker. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what separates leadership from loudness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Huh? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate my Minister of Finance on a tremendous piece of legislation. He prosecuted it well. He went through clause by clause, Mr. Speaker. And there was a particular clause that I want to come back to now, Mr. Speaker. Clause 3. Clause 3, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much more time will I have? How much time?
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I know my colleague is trying to make up some time, but next year, Speaker. But I think he is in breach of 55(1)(b), Mr. Speaker. Tedious repetition.
There is no repetition. Well, Aruka Lopino, you know there's no repetition.
There was something that the member for San Fernando East, as he came into the chamber, it triggered my mind, Mr. Speaker. It triggered my mind. But Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear how much more time do I have? 6.5. Mr. Speaker, clause 3. Let me just, it was very important, clause 3. Clause 3, as I saw the member for San Fernando East coming in, clause 3 is the Gambling and Betting Act being amended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Gambling and Betting Act was first formed in 1963, Mr. Speaker. 1963. And if the fines that we are now increasing or fines that were there since back in 1963, Mr. Speaker. We are now in 2025, Mr. Speaker. I don't think anyone in this country could take umbrage if we increase those fines, given where we are as a modern society, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, gambling, especially utilizing what is going on, the illegal aspect of gambling, Mr. Speaker, right? And also National Lotteries Board, Mr. Speaker. You know, I just want to read a few headlines on that gambling because it's very critical, Mr. Speaker. Very, very critical, Mr. Speaker. The Express, Mr. Speaker, dated October 22nd, 2025, just after when the Minister of Finance presented his budget. Headline, in the budget presentation last week, the Minister of Finance cited an estimated $9 billion annually from illegal lottery market in Trinidad and Tobago. So what the Minister of Finance was saying in his budget was that there's a leakage due to illegal gambling of over $9 billion annually. That is money for us as a country to do the things that are required to move a country, whether it is we on this side or the PNM on that side, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter. It is $9 billion of leakage in illegal gambling. And no one on either side could say that we should not close that gap, Mr. Speaker. Because I remember when we were on that side and they were on this side, I think the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, debated when we bought the Gambling Gaming Commission. And that was I think that was a special bill, a special majority, and they needed our votes. And we gave it to them. You'll get in trouble. Right? And to date, that Gaming Commission has not been effective as what we were promised they would do, Mr. Speaker. Because the offices, when I drive down St. Vincent Street, the office on upper St. Vincent Street. So for them to be in place, Mr. Speaker, we had to give them the vote, Mr. Speaker. We had to. We had to. So I don't know where the whip is shaking his head. You know you're not a very good whipper, Mr. Speaker. That's my friend. I will teach you. I'll teach you how to be a whip. I'll teach you. I'll teach you. I'll teach you. And, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to touch on Clause 3 before I end. Yes. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126, and with your leave, there has been agreement to allow the Honourable Prime Minister to speak until the conclusion of her statement.
Honourable members, for the sake of the accuracy of the record, the clerk, I sort of preempted the clerk. So I am advised that the Honourable Prime Minister wishes to make a statement, and I am informed that there has been agreement between the Leader of the House and the Chief Whip to allow the Honourable Prime Minister to speak until the conclusion of the statement. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and honourable members of this House. Mr. Speaker, just as you say in the run-up, just before I came here, I attended a very, to me, very pleasing and pleasant event. And this was 1 week ago. Someone told me there were about 500 police vehicles parked up all over the country, needing repairs. And that was 1 week ago. In fact, it was last week, Thursday. I said, well, we have something called Vimcut. Why don't we use Vimcut? And so said, so then. It was done. And from 1 week time, we had 14 police vehicles repaired. And the plan is, by the end of the year, to have 50 vehicles fully on the road. And what was a little shocking when I said, but why? What was wrong with these vehicles? And the Vimcup official said, you know, oil change. Oil changes. You know, that's true, Minister, but member. Oil changes. Things to do with disc pads, transmission. The value of those vehicles was about $3 million, they tell me. I said, well, how much did you spend to bring them back? They said about $70,000. That is $70,000 well spent. So, Mr. Speaker, that's where I was before I came. And as I said, we are very happy we could bring more vehicles for the use of the police on stream. So, with respect to the meat of the matter today, I rise here to formally place on record matters of significant national importance. And this relates to the wage settlement and back pay owed to public officers represented by the PSA. And of course, the ongoing discussions with the CPO and the PSA. This matter then, in my respectful view, is not simply about numbers. It's not just about numbers. It goes to the heart of trust in governance and the dignity of more than 16,000 public officers, I'm told, and their families, who have continued to serve with professionalism despite more than a decade without salary adjustments. During our 2025 campaign, we committed that the government under my leadership would end the wage freeze, would settle the PSA negotiations, and we would ensure that there was meaningful relief before Christmas. So, Mr. Speaker, barely about 7 months later, after coming into office, we have met that commitment. And I would like the answer to reflect, Mr. Speaker, promises made, promises kept. And by Christmas, meaningful relief will come and promises would be delivered. Now let's look at the role of the CPO and government's responsibility when it comes to dealing with wage settlements. Under our industrial relations framework, wage negotiations are conducted between the CPO and a recognized majority union. The CPO, Mr. Speaker, is an independent office, and my government respects that independence. At the same time, the government has a duty to set policy direction and to accept responsibility for decisions which affect public finances and households. Our approach has been straightforward. Respect the process, ensure fairness, ensure affordability, and honor commitments to workers. So the position is clear, Mr. Speaker. The 10% settlement will be honored. The 10% settlement will be honored. A cash advance will be paid before Christmas. And the remaining arrears will be finalized through lawful negotiations by the parties, the Public Service Association and the CPO. So I say, Mr. Speaker, whilst the Prime Minister does not negotiate clause by clause, it is still my duty to speak clearly. My government stands firmly behind the settlement and behind relief for these workers. We stand firmly in commitment to the agreement. Recent exchanges between the PSA and the CPO have created some concern amongst workers and the national community. Strong views are normal after years without any progress. However, progress is best achieved through calm, respectful dialogue, and I therefore encourage all parties to allow the established process to proceed professionally and responsibly. Mr. Speaker, permit me to place on the record the historical context of what's happening and what has been happening. Under my former administration, the 2011-2013 period concluded with a 14% increase for PSA represented workers, closing that cycle and providing relief. In 2015, when the PNM took office, the 2014 to 2016 and the 2017-2019 cycles remained unsettled. From 2015 to early 2022, no settlement was concluded. And by 2022, it was publicly acknowledged that workers had received no increase since 2014. We are now in 2025. How many years is that? 2014 to 25, about 11 years. 11 years these workers had to wait, cap in hand, begging, knocking on the door for 11 years, not to get salaries going forward, but for salaries that they were owed since 2014. So, no settlement concluded 2015 when we demitted office to early 22. By 2022, it was publicly acknowledged that workers had received no increase, as I say, since 2014. What this meant is that in a near decade-long wage freeze, it was a wage freeze, during which the cost of living surged with no commensurate help to these workers living on prior to 2014 wages and salaries. Fuel prices rose, VAT was reinstated on essential food items, and families faced a deep financial strain despite more than $500 billion being spent through the national budgets at that time. $500 billion spent. Many postponed health care, they struggled to educate their children, they faced sustained financial pressure, and the living wage remained out of reach. Now, it was only in 2022, as I said before, that the former PNM regime brought forward its first offer, and that was 2% over 8 years, and that was widely rejected as a wage freeze. Following pressure, the offer was revised to 4% over 6 years. The former Prime Minister confirmed the proposal would cost approximately $2.5 billion in back pay and an additional $500 million annually for recurrent expenditure. The PSA also objected to the treatment of the cost of living allowance, warning that it would weaken future bargaining processes. By mid-2023, the PSA took the matter to court, the industrial court. When the PNM lost government in April 2025, no settlement had been concluded, no back pay had been paid. The last completed agreement remained the 14% settlement, which was given to the PSA under my watch. You all remember that? That was the last time, as I said, 11 years ago. Some unions accepted the 4%. Some of them have been paid. Minister of Finance will tell us which ones and which ones have not been paid. PSA members were definitely not paid, and so the matter remained unresolved. So after we took office, my government moved to resolve this matter, In November 2025, the PSA and the CPO agreed to a 10% salary increase, COLA consolidation for 2014 to 16 and 2017 to 2019 years. This is very important. Very, very important point. COLA consolidation, I know in the past regime, they had taken a different position when it came to the COLA and the consolidation of the COLA. Yes? Yes. The ministers remind me of TNT workers, there were 3,000 workers. Well, we fixed that. My government came and we paid those TNT workers. The NIB workers, similarly circumstanced. My government came and we paid their money at the NIB. So, this agreement entails an estimated $3.8 billion with, as a back pay, with an annual recurrent cost of about $420 million. This would end more than a decade without a salary adjustment and will stand in sharp contrast to the two previous 2% and 4% and so on. Negotiations now have to focus on the initial cash advance and the structured payment of the remaining arrears, including any lawful, mutually agreed formula. So, Minister of Finance is instructed and mandated for the negotiations to continue. But more important, the Minister is instructed and mandated to pay this first branch, this first set of money, before Christmas. Before Christmas. What is settled is this. The agreement exists, and government will honor it. We will honor it. Some questions have arisen about whether the country can afford the settlement. We recognize that the obligation is significant and fiscal responsibility is essential. The Minister of Finance is structuring financing, and the Minister will report to this Honourable House in due course. However, fair wages, what do? They strengthen morale and productivity. They increase disposable income. They stimulate business activity and support social stability. We see this settlement as a carefully managed stimulus which places resources in the hands of workers who have carried a burden for far too long. Properly managed, it is not a cost. It is an investment in productivity, in human dignity, and in more inclusive national recovery. So I want to, as I say, commit to making this happen. And I have a message for our public officers. To you, public officers, your service has been essential. You sustained the nation through recession and pandemic, even as your real wages decline. My government has acted. We moved from years of delay to a 10% settlement and signed an agreement which recognizes your contribution and delivers long overdue relief. And I'm advised by the Honourable Minister of Finance and the Honourable Minister of Labour that whilst on the face of it is a 10% settlement, the actual numbers work out to 15%. 15%. So I ask our public workers, public servants, to continue serving with dedication as we modernize and digitize the public service. To our wider national community, this settlement corrects a long-standing injustice and ensures that those who serve the state must be treated with dignity and fairness. As I close, Mr. Speaker, this settlement signals renewal. It reflects a government choosing fairness over delay and dignity over neglect. It makes clear that those who serve our country will be treated with justice. Remain committed to governing with compassion, responsibility, and integrity, and to rebuilding trust, and also strengthening institutions and placing people at the center of national decisions and development. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we let this moment stand as a reminder. When we govern with fairness and purpose, everybody wins. Everybody wins. And in this case, workers win, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, promises made, promises kept. I thank you very much.
As per the standing orders, one question is allowed for elucidation. Member for Rima.
Mr. Speaker, if you, I will ask my one question.
No, I think I misled myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
No, so we will now. Is it that you ask a question or you're going contribution? Bafarima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Honourable Prime Minister for her statement. Honourable Prime Minister, you made reference to the fact that there would be a cash payment by Christmas and then subsequently negotiations between the PSA and the CPU. I would therefore ask whether or not you as Prime Minister, when the time comes, will be giving any directive to the CPU as it relates to consideration for further cash payments of the outstanding balance.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, sir. Honourable Member, for ARIMA, would I be giving directions to the CPU? Well, I can always give to my cabinet. That's the structure of our governance. To give directions to the CPU from the Prime Minister, the answer is no. If you listen to what I said earlier about the process and how it works, the CPU is an independent office, but I said further, independent office, but government at the end of the day will have to set the policy guidelines. So we will not go down inside that negotiation and say, give them a piece of land, give them, pay their mortgages, give them a car. No, no, no. Not item by item, but a broader policy direction. Certainly the Cabinet and myself who can assist in the deliberations. Everything else now is under negotiation. So there's not much more Minister or myself can say. I thank you for the question, Member.
Thank you very much. We'll now revert to the debate on the bill.
Bill is the second reading.
Member for Arima.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to join this debate and for the opportunity to contribute on the Finance Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I maintain the position that this is a very deceptive and dangerous piece of legislation that is being brought here before us today. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is the intention is to make legislative changes to give effect to a number of measures that were introduced in the budget earlier this year. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a number of the measures are ill-conceived and are designed to inflict further pain upon the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is true to say that over the next couple months, we will see unfolding that these measures will actually bring a lot more hardship to to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honorable the Minister of Finance mention that this government met an empty treasury. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance indicated that at the time that they took office, thousands of citizens were suffering from economic hardship, and this government acted swiftly to restore public trust and to modernize their institutions. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Minister of Finance is aware that the people of Trinidad and Tobago are listening to what he said. And he can do a very quick poll and find out whether or not there's a restoration of public trust and whether the people of Trinidad and Tobago believe that since they have assumed office, they are now in a position to speak about having a better standard of living. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely false. Mr. Speaker, what has happened is this government has now put in place measures through self-inflicted economic pain and is putting the several thousands of persons that they have sent home and are on the breadline, and there are actually no measures in place for the people of Trinidad and Tobago to feel that this government is governing with any kind of equity as mentioned by the Member of Parliament for Caroni Central. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that the Honourable Minister of Finance made reference to a deficit of about $3.8 billion and a planned borrowing of some $19 billion. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance says, and if I can quote, "I think the country knows the financial crisis that the PNM left this country in. Despite that, I'm extremely happy to report that in keeping with the Prime Minister's promise and mandate, there was an agreement for the 10% increase in salaries, which has now been made reference to." Mr. Speaker, I would just like to remind this Honourable House that when we listen to the contributions so far, this government intends, and specifically if I could make reference to the statement made by the Member of Parliament for Caroni Central. The Member of Parliament for Caroni Central will have us believe that what is happening is that once you put these measures in place that specifically refer to rentals, particularly commercial rentals, that persons with residence would not be impacted at all by this bill. Mr. Speaker, if it is, let us be very simple. You have a commercial building, whether it be a bar, whether it be a restaurant, whether it be a grocery, any business enterprise, and you are now impacted by this bill. This government wants to tell the public that that is not going to impact on your standard of living. They want this government to believe that there will be no increases in groceries, there will be no increases in any products. This tax that this government is implementing must pass on to the public. And no matter how they try to do a messaging and a narrative to make the public feel it is only the commercial businesses, it's only the industrial businesses that will be impacted, we know that that is absolutely false. Mr. Speaker, The Finance Bill 2025 is not a revenue plan. Mr. Speaker, it reads more like a punishment plan. And it is designed to squeeze water out of stone and to place a heavy and extreme burden on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Speaker, in the time that I have, I propose to look at about 6 clauses in the bill. I'm not going to go through the whole 22. But I'm happy that the Honorable Prime Minister is here, because this is what was said by the Honorable Prime Minister. For a nation to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle of a bucket. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, this government said that there would be no new taxes.
That's right.
This government consistently said to the public that once they got into office, there will be no new taxes. Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer to Section 17, and I want to ask the public that this is one piece of legislation you should ensure that you have in your house, because you would be surprised as to some of the clauses that is in this bill. Under Part 17, Landlord Business Surcharge, Section 81(1), requires every landlord to register with the board. Among other things, you have the description of the premises, the purpose that you're letting it for, the name and address of the person who has the right or title, as well as the agent. Section 81(4) provides that the registrar created under subsection 1 shall open by inspection for a person during office hours. The bill also mandates that detailed information linking specific individuals and entities to income-generated rental premises be made publicly available to any person. Mr. Speaker, I just want to go on to Clause 18, Part 17, that the member of Caroni Central spoke about, and to ask members of the public again to look very closely at this piece of legislation. Under 83(4), a further 5% surcharge is added where the landlord business surcharge is not paid on time. But the bill is silent on how the 5% is to be treated for tax purposes. So the question arises there, therefore, Mr. Speaker, as to whether this 5% surcharge an allowable deduction in computing chargeable income, or is it a non-deductible income? Mr. Speaker, the question also arises, how does this 5% surcharge interact with the existing business levy that exists? Madam Deputy Speaker, under Part 18, Section 91, it is the Minister who is given the power to make regulations under the Board of Inland Revenue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard the member for Caroni Central indicate that this is a very transparent method that has been put in place. This is a problematic design as it carries risks because it gives the minister, rather than the Board of Inland Revenue, the regulation-making powers under Section 91. And the question arises whether or not, when you give the minister powers in this way, that the government can now stand and say that that is transparency when you now actually have political appointments. Mr. Speaker, Part 17 of the bill introduces a landlord business surcharge, a brand new tax scheme deceptively couched as a surcharge. Mr. Speaker, it matters not if they call it a surcharge or whatever they call it, it is a tax on Mr. Speaker, again, who will pay that rent? Who will pay for that tax? It is simple to say. I mean, we all know that these persons are in business and that tax is going to be passed on to every member of the public. Under the measure, the landlords must register every property they rent, even the small landlords. And I know the Member of Parliament for Caroni Central went at length to say that this does not apply to any person with a normal house, and it applies strictly to commercial businesses. I would like the Minister of Finance, in his winding up, to make that abundantly clear so the members of the public is aware of that. Because Clause 18, Part 17 says, each landlord shall register the premises proposed to be let out by the board. You have to complete a form, you have to describe the property, and so on and so on and so on, the name and address, and so on and so on. Part B, there is also a payment of a one-time registration of $2,500. And I ask again, is this not also going to be transferred to the average member of the public? You have to file quarterly returns, and having registered that 2,000, pay that registration fee, you are required then to pay a rental of 2.5% for rental income under $20,000 per quarter and 3.5% for rental income exceeding $20,000. The question, how do they expect landlords not to pass on this to renters? Madam Deputy Speaker, call it whatever, that is an indirect tax, and that is still property tax by whatever name. And I join, of course, with my colleague, the Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, in asking on behalf of the public, those who completed the payment of their property taxes, when can they ask for a refund, since that piece of legislation has been repealed and there was a promise by this government to refund persons who paid their property taxes. I would like the Honourable Minister, when he's winding up, to please indicate to the public when that property tax will be paid. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to spend a few minutes on the issue of the NIB contribution, and I'm speaking specifically about Clause 8 of the bill, where employees will now pay higher contributions from January 2026, with a contributing rate increasing by some 16.2%, and in January 2027 going up to some 19%. According to the tables A10 and 11, and if I could just give an idea, an employee that is earning an income of about $5,000 can see the NIB contributions move from what is now $212 to $300. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance stated that this is a 6% increase. Honourable Deputy Speaker, that is furthest from the truth. And very soon, the members of the public will know that is not the case. So whilst the Honourable Minister of Finance indicated that this is a situation where, under the People's National Movement, at some point in time, the money at the National Insurance Board would have evaporated. And that is what has caused this government to take this position. Again, they are not being truthful to the public as to exactly what is transpiring. Madam Deputy Speaker, you would recall as well that both in the budget statement and in the statement of the Honourable Minister of Finance, the impression is given that this government, since they have taken office, that everything is now moving smoothly, diversification, growth in the economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, just yesterday, you would see a company, Junior Sammy, indicating that he has to lay off almost all his workers.
Winning.
Yes.
When UNC wins.
Yes. When UNC wins, everybody wins. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I know my colleague, the Minister of Works, you'll have your say to. You may have more particulars about Junior Sammy. I'm only reading what is in the newspapers.
Public domain.
I'm not going into anything else. Today's headline, Madam Deputy Speaker, JCC head confirms construction is on a slowdown. The president of the JCC Council for the construction industry, who has decades of experience in the sector, warned that this is not the result of a single troubled company, but of a deep-rooted structural problem compounded by tight government finances and chronic delays in payment. I am sure that everyone listening to this debate this evening would be very happy if the government can also indicate for the outstanding payments for many contractors, they can indicate when those payments will be made. We are very happy to hear the Honourable Prime Minister speak about payments to the PSA. We would also now like to hear about payments to the many contractors and other persons who are waiting for their outstanding monies. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance took quite a lot of time to speak about the increases in fines and fees and other types of taxation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it is important for the public to know, and I'm not going to go through all of it, but there are some alarming increases that's absolutely necessary for me to share with the public. Driving without a valid permit, moving 100%, $750 to $1,500. Exceeding the maximum gross weight or number of passengers, moving from $8,000 to $12,000. Failure to register or transfer, moving from $5,000 to $6,000. Driving under the influence, a second conviction, $22,000 to $45,000. And first conviction, moving from $12,000 to $24,000. Driving without third-party insurance, moving from $7,500 and 2 years in prison to $15,000 and 4 years. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, according to the budget statement, these increases in penalties are expected to raise some $200 million. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all understand, because there are many attorneys here, and it would be very interesting whether or not they have considered the challenges faced in the court system, especially as it relates to these types of matters. And it will be very interesting when we are here next year to do the debate, to look and see exactly if they have raised this $200 million. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is one thing to say that you have all these great ideas and you want to deal with people who are drunk driving and a society where people basically disregard each other on the road. So it's not a question that we do not support measures that address those issues, but when the government comes and these drastic increases, because you see that is linked to the debate of the demerit points.
Very much so.
The demerit points, when what you were looking at is ensuring that people recognize that it's also about changing of your behavior. Because you could get a ticket for a number of these offenses here, and the matter may not come up for quite a while. So it is not just the issue of the penalties, it's an issue of changing people's mindset and addressing this road rage that exists in our society. And when we look at over the last, I think, a couple of years when the demerit system was in, you actually saw that there was a reduction of accidents. And the question arises as to whether or not the government actually gave thought to this measure, or whether or not they simply looked at this $200 million. Because there is a shortage of revenue. There's a shortage of how they calculated their revenue. As a lot of people said, the maths simply was not mathsing. And what this government did is to put in place these multiplicity of measures. And at the end of the day, you put at what column, this is what we expect to collect, when in truth and in fact, that will not be the case. What did the Honorable Prime Minister say? The Honorable Prime Minister said that a UNC government will reduce traffic fines across the board and implement state-sponsored driver education programs instead.
Reduce?
Yeah?
Reduce?
And that was April 2023-2024. Headline, Kamala vows to lower traffic fines, condemns abusive licensing officers.
Wow.
But here it is, when they have the opportunity, they do the total opposite. Madam Deputy Speaker, Clause 10 of the Finance Bill amends the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act to adjust fines and penalties. Based on what I just quoted, you would think that these amendments would be made to lower road traffic fines so that the government will keep the promise that they made to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but it was the total opposite. They are increasing these fines. In as many cases, they are doubling it. So the same people who bought the promise of lower fines and fees will now have to pay more. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to quickly deal with the issue of Clause 5 of the amendment to the Statistics Act. And I'll be very brief because I know that my colleague, the Honourable Member for San Fernando East, dealt with it. But my only issue that I want to raise really has to do with the fact that this government has now taken the position to politicize data and statistics. Madam Deputy Speaker, the central bank governor, we know that that person, the governor, is a political appointee. And the government is ensuring that information through this method can be filtered, it can be delayed, and it can be destroyed. And I find it strange that since economists are patiently awaiting an official data for the second half of 2025, where many of them are seeing clear signs of an economic contraction and possible recession taking place, we wait, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see what kind of information, what kind of data would be produced by this government, bearing in mind that we are aware that it is going to be provided by political appointees. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to deal very quickly with the issue of commercial asset levy. Under Part 16 on the commercial asset levy, total assets is expressly defined as total assets net of provisions made for loan losses and taxation recoverables. The operative charging and installment provision in Section 75 refers to gross assets when prescribing the basis for calculating installments of the levy, and that is without defining in the bill what is gross assets, and anywhere in the bill, gross assets and total assets are not the same concept in accounting as well as, Madam Deputy Speaker, in prudential regulation. And the bill provides no guidance as to whether gross assets is intended to mean assets before provision, before tax recoverables, or simply to read as a synonym for total assets. I'm asking, therefore, the Honourable Minister of Finance to give us some kind of indication as to whether or not this was not an issue of drafting. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government intends to impose an additional tax, as was said by my colleague, the Honourable Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, on the banking and the insurance sectors, which, though profitable, already pay very high taxes. Again, Madam Deputy Speaker, who would these costs be transferred to? If you increase, and the commercial asset levy is a revenue-generating measure which taxes 0.25% of the total assets of these financial institutions. The seemingly minuscule tax on this base is expected, Madam Deputy Speaker, to generate some $500 million. Unlike income taxes or other levies which impose taxes on revenue income, this is a tax on a bank assets which for some banks can amount to over $100 million annually. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know very well that if you ask the average member of the public as it relates to the issue of bank fees and insurance fees, they already would say that those fees are substantial. And we know very well that once the government implements this, we can well imagine the effect that will have on the average member of the public. Madam,
you have for 1 more minute. Would you like your additional 15 minutes?
Yes, thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know very well that as it relates to fees, premiums, as it relates to higher interest rates, as it relates to online banking, we understand very well how that will impact on the average citizen. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst the Honourable Minister of Finance boasted that during the term in office of the People's National Movement, that thousands of citizens were suffering economic hardship, and that under this government they have restored public trust. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is very shocking to hear this government say that they met an empty treasury. It is very interesting that a government under an empty treasury ensured that all public servants were paid on time. It is very interesting that the said government, which is the People's National Movement, that left an empty treasury on the 20th of April, that for the last 10 years, when we were in office, you didn't hear pensioners talk about getting late payment. You didn't hear public servants say that they went to the bank using a card and absolutely no money. You didn't hear people, workers in the Ministry of Local Government saying that they got their salaries late. And you did not see at any point in time in those 10 years, during the period 2015 to 2025, that any ministry had to put out a release explaining why it is that workers were being paid late. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is also very interesting is that this government has consistently been peddling that they met an empty treasury and accusing the former government, of crashing the economy. You know, it is very interesting that you would have persons wanting to govern a crashed economy. Very interesting. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to make reference to the fact that, and I'm making reference to an article, a Newsday article, and if you can just bear with me so I can get it. It is Friday, the 9th of May, and it says, Prime Minister reveals true state of the economy, and made reference to the fact that Trinidad and Tobago is in a 4.4 billion hole. But the Honorable Prime Minister went on to give details. In April 2025, total cash inflows was estimated at 3.95 billion. Total outflows, 5.28 billion. This has left a cash deficit of 1.33 billion, which was met from the central bank's available overdraft cash balance. By the end of April, the available overdraft cash balance was 3.6 billion, of which 2.74 billion was carried forward to May 2025. If it is that the economy had crashed and there was no money available, I'm amazed that this is the statement that the Honorable Prime Minister made. But, and I also want to say that the said month, the Honorable Minister of Planning overdraft, May 5th, was some $8.25.4 million. The question is, can we believe this government when they provide information to the public as it relates to data, revenue and expenses of this government? I noticed only one person said yes.
We believe this.
Too late. And I just want to address two other issues, and one has to do with the electricity surcharge of 5% per kilowatt. Under Part 18 of the bill, the electricity surcharge is imposed at a rate of 5% per kilowatt hour on an electrical energy consumed by commercial and industrial consumers, and is to be collected and administered by the Board of Inland Revenue. However, the bill is completely silent on how this surcharge is to be treated for tax purposes in the hands of corporate taxpayers. For corporate business, a fundamental question arises: is this surcharge an allowable deduction in computing chargeable income profits, or is it to be treated as a non-deductible expense? Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm coming back to my original point. This tax that has to be paid by commercial and industrial companies, who is that being transferred to? The consumers. And whilst they would tell the public continuously they are not being affected, we know that is not true. The final one has to do with the tax on single plastics that my colleague from Caroni Central spoke about. No one is going to dispute the analysis that you gave, which is that the rivers and the flowing of plastic, I mean, we all live in all our various constituencies and understand that. But the question arises that if you want to deal with the issue of pollution, is taxing of plastics really the only way to go? And that's the question, Honourable Minister, and I ask that in all sincerity. Because the issue in many countries, because, I mean, it comes back to the same point again. If you tax it, then you increase the price of virtually everything. I mean, as a country, we have to consider alternatives. And we also have to consider whether or not some of these said items referred to by the Honourable Member for Caroni Central, whether we would not consider, in some instances, banning some of these items. And because we understand that you increase the, you put the tax on plastics and whatever it is, or containers and what have you. But what is it doing to the environment? So I'm just suggesting that that is something that you may wish to think about, because at the end of the day, the question arises as to whether or not, in terms of your objective, is it actually meeting the objective? Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to say that as it relates to clause 15 of the bill, which is an amendment to the Income Tax Act, which is actually removing the President's role in relation to making regulations, the question arises there is that if you are removing the President's constitutional function as a check and balance, while still leaving Section 125 of the Income Tax Act in place, then this is contradictory. This creates a significant governance and constitutional risk as it concentrates regulatory power away from the office of the President, and I would ask if the Honourable Minister could indicate whether or not that was his intention. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just like to say that when we listen to the analysis of the Honourable Minister of Finance, I maintain my position that these 20+ measures will definitely bring greater hardship on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Deputy Speaker, this finance bill has demonstrated in almost all instances that this government is a stranger to the truth, and it has exposed what we have said on more than one occasion, that the budget as presented 2 months ago was a fake and fraudulent budget. I thank you.
Member for Urupooch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make a contribution in this very important finance bill. Before I go on, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister on a statement to this House just a few minutes ago. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I do so in my capacity as Minister of Health, because I believe that that statement, that settlement, is a significant public health measure, Madam Deputy Speaker. It will reduce stress. It will provide some measure of relaxation. It will, by the allocation, allow healthy food choices. It might even enable those to pay their gym fees. And of course, they may be able to afford the odd glass of red wine, which is good for the heart, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to put that in the context of my contribution. And I want to say that I support fully all the measures that are in this bill. I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance for his presentation. And of course, we are here because on October 13, 2025, the Minister of Finance presented an excellent people-centered budget. And we're here, of course, to discuss some of these measures that will bring effect to the budget. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, my contribution will focus really on Clause 7 and Clause 20. Clause 7 speaks to alcohol, Clause 7 speaks to tobacco, and Clause 20 speaks to the taxes on alcohol. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say that as Minister of Health, I'm fully in support of these particular fiscal measures. I'm in support of all the measures. I think the Minister of Finance has done an excellent job, and of course, he knows exactly what he's doing. Before I go on, I just wanted to short rebuttals. The member for Rima, in terms of public trust and equity, she raised those issues. And yes, that's the reason we are here on this side, UNC government, because the citizenry has placed their public trust in us. The member mentioned the punishment plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, as far as the population is aware, the only punishment plan has been the 10 years that the PNM has been in government, the last 10 years. And of course, the member for Rima did endorse that when UNC wins, everybody wins, and of course, we know that. Madam Speaker, the member mentioned her concerns about data, but you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, data was almost non-existent under the PNM. What I want to say here today is that these measures that we propose will now make data more available, more reliable, and I say that in the context that because in the Ministry of Health, in the issue of health, we need reliable data and evidence to be able to make proper policy. And of course, the issue about the taxes with regards to the motor vehicular infringements and so on, those things are very important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because when people feel it in their pocket, compliance comes about. I can speak to that from very personal experience many years ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I got a ticket for exceeding the speed limit by 1 mph, Madam Deputy Speaker, paid a hefty fine, not in Trinidad and Tobago, and not in Trinidad and Tobago, member, and I've never forgotten that very important lesson. So I know it works, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really here to speak briefly about the NCD burden, and this is related to smoking more so than alcohol use. And again, I want to quote the 2017 IDB report. It's an article which is, which many members in this House and the population might be familiar with, and it speaks to the fact that the annual economic burden of NCDs in this country is some $8 billion. Now, this was a 2017 article. I suspect that the figure is much higher now. And when we speak about the economic burden, we don't only speak about the cost in healthcare, but of course the loss of productivity. And I just want to say that, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the measures, the fiscal measures in this budget have been well thought out. They've been thought out in a way that will assist in all of the sectors, and of course, in the health sector, will bring some assistance. So the taxes to be raised from the measures on tobacco and alcohol, and not only to raise income and to raise revenue, but also to create a contribution and to improve public health. So I want to speak in that context, Madam Deputy Speaker. So let's talk a little bit about tobacco use. Tobacco use is the largest cause of preventable disease and death in the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, tobacco is the only product, when used as recommended, will kill you. I don't think that had the impact, but it's true. Madam Deputy Speaker, tobacco is the only product, when you use it as recommended, will kill you. So this is serious business here. In fact, it kills over 8 million people per year, and that's 2017. And that 8 million people, 8 million deaths per year, if you put that in context, there were 6.9 million deaths over the COVID-19 pandemic. So you can see, comparing that, the impact of tobacco. On average, Madam Deputy Speaker, smokers lose a decade of their life compared to non-smokers. Significant. Of course, And it is well recognized from many studies that price plays an important role in cigarette smoking. And of course, taxes, cigarette taxes play an important role in cigarette prices. So cigarette taxes have a large aggregate benefits for public health. I just wanted to refer to a UE Virtual Seminar 2023 in conjunction with the Health Economics Unit, which came to the conclusion that tobacco taxation is a win-win-win policy. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a reminder to the population, because I think this is also an opportunity to provide some public education in terms of why we as a government are taking these measures, because it does have some health impact. If we will be able to decrease tobacco smoking and cigarette smoking, and to moderate it, to encourage the population to use more alcohol in moderation, then that will help. Tobacco, as we know, is a leading cause of cancer, respiratory illness. But more than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, a fact that may not be well known is that tobacco use is a very significant factor in heart disease, in cardiac disease. When we talk about tobacco use, we normally talk about lung disease. We talk about lung cancer and some of the other well-known associations. But it's a very, very important factor in heart disease. Why is this important? Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a program called the Adult Cardiac Program at the Ministry of Health. Every single day, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am personally affected. I shouldn't say I'm just acting on behalf of the taxpayer. But every single day, the taxpayers of this country have to expend large sums of money, Madam Deputy Speaker, $150,000 for cardiac bypass surgery and stenting. The allocation is $20 million. The Minister of Finance knows that in the mid-year budget review, that I'll be coming back to ask him for an increase in that allocation, because my records at the Ministry of Health show that we are fast approaching that. Why am I saying this? Because we know that it is a big issue. We know it is costing the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago significant sums every year. And that's just one I'm talking about. But I wanted to focus on that. Excessive alcohol consumption, of course, we know is linked to several things. Liver disease, most of all. In the medical terms, there's actually something called alcoholic liver disease, ALD. It's particularly related to the use of alcohol, mental health disorders, accidents, and so on at the workplace, especially violence and family breakdown. And of course, alcohol use in pregnant women can also cause something called fetal alcohol syndrome. So again, it is important for these measures to be put in place. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm saying that both these substances, tobacco and alcohol, place a heavy burden on our healthcare systems and reduce overall life expectancy and productivity. So, what is the issue in Trinidad and Tobago? Is it a big problem? Why are we doing this? Is it that we just want to raise the revenue? No, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's look at the extent of tobacco use in children. And I state that because one of the measures in Clause 7, just to come back to the bill before us, the finance bill, Clause 7 refers to the Tobacco Control Act, and the amendments speak to deterring children from using tobacco. And why is that so? PAHO WHO studies show that 11.3% of adolescents between ages of 13 to 15 years in the region of the Americas use tobacco. And this is compared to the world average of 10.3%. So we already have a problem. Our use of tobacco in young people and adolescents in this region is higher compared to the rest of the world. That's the region. What about Trinidad and Tobago? What's the current situation here? Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a study done in 2017, and it might be timely to repeat that study, and we may go down that direction very soon. But that study in 2017 was called the Global Youth Tobacco Survey in Trinidad and Tobago. These are local figures. This is what is happening in our society. And it showed that 17.2% of the students surveyed between the ages of 13 to 17 years currently use tobacco, currently use e-cigarettes, a form of nicotine. So of course it's a major issue. Then last year there was something called the STEPS survey, which surveyed a lot of different factors regarding to health, but it showed that the people who currently smoke comprise 21% of our population. 1 in every 5 persons in this country smoke. And more worrisome is the fact that 17% of those surveyed smoke on a daily basis, Madam Deputy Speaker. So worrisome statistics. So I just wanted to comment a little bit on the Tobacco Control Act. This is an act that came about in 2009. When one reads the act and looks at the act, it's quite an important act. There's some very good measures, of course. And of course, this act, one of the measures that was created out of the Tobacco Control Act was the creation of a tobacco control unit at the Ministry of Health. And of course, these fiscal measures from the Tobacco Control Unit will help and assist the Tobacco Control Unit to move to do its work. Over the last few years, the Tobacco Control Unit has been trying to do its work. The unit has been a bit under-resourced. It is my intention, I've already started to increase its strength and to staff that unit going forward. So what sort of work has been done at the Ministry of Health in terms of the countering of the tobacco industry? And let's talk a little bit about the tobacco industry arguments on tax increases, because the arguments haven't come up yet, but I'm sure they will, if not in this chamber, I'm sure out in the public domain. So there will be the argument that tax increases will increase black market argument. That's a common argument. Well, is that true, Madam Deputy Speaker? I want to argue in this House that that is not so. That is not a valid argument. I want to say that we are already successfully fighting the illicit trade in terms of active enforcement. And this is an important statistic. Between the period March to December 2025, over 180,000 illegal cigarettes were removed from the market through coordinated enforcement. So that's a fact. There's also a multi-agency approach. The Tobacco Control Unit works directly with the TTPS, the Customs and Excise Division, and the Public Health Inspectorate, who are trained and operational. The public health inspectors, when they go to pharmacies, they may go to inspect drugs, but they also are tasked and trained to look at products, not only in terms of the display or the inappropriate display of tobacco products on the shelving, but also in the event that there may be the suspicion of illegal cigarettes or fake cigarettes. There's also a tracking system which has initiated access to the TT-Biz Link platform. This is for enhanced verification of imported, exported tobacco products, which improves traceability and transparency. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we in this government are not sitting idle. We are actively removing illegal products, and therefore the tax increases will be used in some measure to fund the very enforcement that protects the legal market. So that's an important connection, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's also a robust licensing and monitoring system. There are 32 licensed tobacco operators who are currently registered. These include manufacturers, importers, exporters, wholesalers, distributors. There's also active compliance, 9 renewals and 1 new applicant in 2025, demonstrating a functioning regulatory system. And of course, there is regulatory oversight, which is continuous compliance verification exercises, which ensure only licensed compliant products reach consumers. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know exactly who the legitimate players are. Tax increases don't create black markets. Weak enforcement does. We have strong enforcement. And I see the Minister of Defense is nodding his head because he knows about enforcement and the role of enforcement of the law, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are also ahead of the game in terms of international best practice alignment. The WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, we are compliant. Our approach follows proven international standards. We also involved in international reporting as recently as COP 11, November 2025 in Geneva. There was a conference where we would have ensured accountability. And of course, we also avail ourselves of technical support in collaboration with ParlView. And of course, what we are saying here is that countries worldwide have proven that tax increases combined with strong enforcement reduce consumption without significantly increasing the illicit trade. So we are following very proven models, Madam Deputy Speaker. But of course, it is not only about tax measures. This is a holistic approach that this government is using at the Ministry of Health and at the government level. And there's also comprehensive prevention measures that have been implemented by the Tobacco Control Unit, education initiatives. 3,000 plus students have been reached through school lectures. There's something called the Star Ambassadors Program. There's national campaigns in terms of World No Tobacco Day campaign, youth engagement competitions, and so on. And there's also support for cessation of tobacco smoking. We have 80 plus healthcare professionals trained in smoking cessation in the last year, 2024 to 2025. And there's also, of course, a web-based smoking cessation monitoring system. So the point about this is that we are not just raising taxes, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are reducing demand through comprehensive prevention, and we are trying to help smokers quit. Lower demand means less market for both legal and illegal products. And of course, all of these things require funding, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister of Finance understands this. He understands that these measures require funding. Enforcement operations require resources. Cessation clinics need funding. Youth prevention programs need support. Training for enforcement officers requires investment. So these tax increases generate the revenue that funds the very programs that protect public health and combat the illicit trade. It's a reinforcing cycle, Madam Deputy Speaker, not a contradiction. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, those are some of the points that I would like to make in terms of the importance of these measures and regards to tobacco and alcohol use and the justification for these taxes. I just wanted to say a word or two on vaping, and I say that in the context of possible regulations to strengthen the Tobacco Control Act. Having had the opportunity to review this act in preparation for this debate, it's a strong piece of legislation, but it may need some strengthening in terms of addressing vaping, because vaping and the use of other nicotine products, are on the rise. And it's interesting that the tobacco industry evolves to survive. I want to encourage members to read a book called The Selfish Gene. It's written by Richard Dawkins way back in 1976. Dawkins, yes. And it speaks to the gene being able to evolve to survive. And this reminds me of how the tobacco industry, has evolved to survive. So vaping remains a big, big problem, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will not delay the House much longer, Madam Deputy Speaker, except to say that the public health measures, that these fiscal revenue measures have also, being used as a public health measure in the context of other public health measures that this government has already implemented. We have to fix the plane while we're flying it. So of course, we have to provide medications. We've strengthened the CDAP, so we do continue to provide medication. We've extended hours to screening and so on at the local health centers. And I wanted to use this opportunity to invite colleagues and to, create awareness to the population at large, to the population who will be listening or might be listening on, that the Ministry of Health intends to introduce a program in the early new year called Step Into Wellness. The details of that will be rolled out, but it really is focused on improving the health, addressing the current disease of obesity and the NCDs in our country. And of course, a very important part of this step into wellness, how is it relevant? It's very relevant. Important part of this step into wellness program will be asking you to quit smoking and of course to moderate your alcohol consumption. So I thought I would mention that, you know, in the context of this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would want to close by reflecting on a very interesting piece of evidence. It's a fact, in fact, because the quotation is from Credit Suisse 2015. I found this was very interesting. And again, I refer back, when I started, I spoke about this Health Economics Unit UWI virtual seminar. And this was interesting in terms of the economics. The average return from a company listed in the stock exchange was about 10% per year between 1900 and 2010. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that's 10% average return. Tobacco stocks, however, produce an annualized return of 14.6% over the same period. So they did much better than the average company. So that's interesting. It's very interesting. What was the secret for their success? It is because the tobacco industry, and I'll get protection, all right? Because I might be targeted now, but the fact of the matter is that the tobacco industry is to some extent, you know, an oligopoly dominated by a handful of players in the international markets. Cigarettes are cheap to make, and they're highly addictive. So this allows for very big margins. So I will close on that note, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to say that, you know, the tobacco industry would have you believe that we must choose between public health and enforcement. That's a false choice. We are doing both, and we are doing them well. We've removed the 180,000 illegal cigarettes from our streets. We've trained 80+ healthcare workers. We've reached out to 6,000+ citizens with prevention messages. And I want to say that tax increases work when paired with strong enforcement and comprehensive prevention, which is exactly what we're delivering. The industry's concern isn't really about black markets. It's really about protecting profits. Our concern is protecting our people's health. The evidence is clear. Higher tobacco taxes save lives, they generate revenue, and when properly enforced, as we are doing, do not create significant illicit trade programs. We will not be deterred as a government, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the public health mission by industry scare tactics. So I just wanted to make that short intervention in terms of the justification for the measures on tobacco and alcohol. And I want to commend these measures to the House. And again, I thank the Minister of Finance for his presentation. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it.
Honorable members, the question is that the House continues to sit until the completion of its business. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Lavental East Mova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe this is the third time that I will be addressing the public through you. Thank you for allowing me to enter into this debate. These virtual assets, the service provider asset bills, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand here today not just as the member for Lavental East Mova, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, as someone who, like thousands of citizens in the country, at some point in time would have to walk behind a procession given the death of somebody close to them due to road fatalities, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can recall one of my earlier experiences, having just left secondary school, Madam Deputy Speaker, and maybe a couple months after I would have left, we had one of my very close classmates been involved in a very fatal accident. And in addition to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, she was with her sister, so on that day, our mother mourned the death of 2 of her children. So I have a lot of respect for the road, and with respect to Laventil's mover, I can attest that when a young man or a young woman dies on the road, Madam Deputy Speaker, the entire hill will feel that impact. The entire hill will feel it, Madam Deputy Speaker. The wakes are usually filled because we are a tight-knit community. Some school desks may be empty. A football side might be short of a player. And there would be a grandmother or a mother who might be mourning the death of a child. So when I look at the road traffic amendments that were presented in this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I see that the government has been saying that they are indeed tough on road offenses, given the number of amendments, changes made to the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can genuinely say that we respect, at least on this side, we respect any effort that is made to save lives. We respect that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I still have some questions to ask on behalf of the constituents of Laventil's mover. Madam Deputy Speaker, questions arise such as, is this finance bill truly about road safety, at least one aspect of it, or is it about generating revenue? Was there a holistic approach taken, Madam Deputy Speaker, or is it just nitpicking at some of the symptoms that are caused by road fatalities? And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe one of the more pressing points is how consistent has the government been, the UNC-led government been, with respect to their views and interpretations when they sat on this side of the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, my contribution, it contains some questions. I can start with 3 simple questions that my constituents would have raised with me. We'd like to know, will these amendments to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act really make our roads safer? What about our transportation systems? Are they going to make them more modern? How about more just? Are the governments doing any measurement in fairness? Is this bill restorative or is it evidence-based, Madam Deputy Speaker? Is it just punitive or is it just entirely contradictory? How do other parts of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, affect the people of Laventil's mover? In particularly, with respect to the Sport and Culture Fund, on the national lotteries, the changes that were made under these provisions, Madam Deputy Speaker. The curiosity reigns, Madam Deputy Speaker. So if you would allow me to take a deeper look into what some of these clauses present to the population. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we look at Clause 10, the government proposes a series of stiff increases under the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. We could look specifically at Chapter 4850, for example. Failure to register the transfer of a used motor vehicle within 7 days goes from 200 to 400, and within 14 days, 5,000 to 6,000. Overloading a goods vehicle, a taxi, a maxi, or rented car now moves from 8,000 to 12,000. Driving without a valid permit, Madam Deputy Speaker, it jumps from 750 to 1,500. And where a person has never had a permit or is disqualified, from 1,500 to 3,000. Driving over the alcohol limit, as seen in Section 70A, it goes from $12,000 to $24,000, Madam Deputy Speaker, for a first conviction, and from $22,500 to $45,000 for a second conviction. Madam Deputy Speaker, careless driving fines, they move from $1,000 to $2,000. And there are similar increases proposed for failure to carry a permit for certain offences under Section 61A and for related offences under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Act and Maxi Taxi Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the face of it, these are serious fines for serious road offences and serious bad behavior on the roads. And I have no difficulty saying in this House that this side, we can all agree to, if you are a drunk driver, if you are uninsured, if you are loading a vehicle in a way that can kill people, the law must sting you. You must feel the brunt of the law. And the PNM has always stood on that principle. We have always held that principle. But where, Madam Deputy Speaker, where I part with the government is that they are using language as tough on safety, road safety that is, while at the same time they dismantle the very demerit point framework and system that contributed to Trinidad and Tobago cutting road fatalities and accidents in half over the past decade. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where the contradiction lies. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I want to ground ourselves in something that, in my opinion, just from observation, I believe this government is savagely and viciously allergic to. I want to ground myself in data and some facts. I do not want to utilize any populistic poppycock, any nonsensical notions, Madam Deputy Speaker, no vibes and no radar lies. I want facts, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to give some data, as I've said before, I encourage any legislation that is data-driven. Trinidad and Tobago was recognized by the World Health Organization as one of only 10 countries in the world to achieve a 50% reduction in road traffic deaths during the decade of Action for Road Safety, 2011 to 2020, Madam Deputy Speaker. Arrive Alive, our main road safety NGO, Madam Deputy Speaker, they linked that success to a number of measures. And if I may utilize or provide some of those measures, seatbelt and helmet enforcement, breathalyzer laws, public education, which I find is one of the most detrimental points. And I'm yet to hear the government speak of any form of public education, and I say this based solely on how this was perpetuated during a campaign period and the message that it sent to the general public. But I'll get to that further on in my presentation. So public education and the introduction of the demerit point system with traffic cameras, Madam Deputy Speaker. That, well, for the benefit of those listening who may not have the context, Madam Deputy Speaker, the demerit point system was brought in by a P&M administration in May 2020 under the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic, under the Enforcement and Administration framework. And up to this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, before the new government began to interfere with it, Madam Deputy Speaker, the data was still showing that it was indeed working. There was a positive trend. Madam Deputy Speaker, Arrive Alive reported that up to April 24th, 2025, there was a 31% decrease in fatal road traffic accidents and fatalities, and they would have compared that to the same period, 2024, where there were 24 fatal accidents and 25 deaths, to this year, right, compared to 35 accidents and 36 deaths last year. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do apologize for intervening, but I rise on Standing Order 55-1B. Tedious repetition. Arima spoke on the same issue, and he has been on the issue for the last 15 minutes. It is tedious repetition, please, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes. No.
I will allow the member to briefly finish on his point and move on, please. Thank you.
Clearly, some of them has missed this House, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm providing data, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable political leader of the PNM did not go into any particular details, so I am providing such. Madam Deputy Speaker, these numbers that I'm presenting here, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not any PNM fake news, as the ministerial bloggers on the other side would have you believe. They love to propagate that, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is data that is given by the TTPS and Arrive Alive, Madam Deputy Speaker. Data. As I said before, they are allergic to it, which is why the goodly member from Tabakit would have interrupted me. He wants to sneeze right now. Madam Deputy Speaker, the citizens would have looked on and they would have seen, they would have observed, because we are in the age of technology, Madam Speaker, where people can do their research. A decade-long structural improvement because of a consistent, data-driven approach, Madam Deputy Speaker, that included the merit system. They observed that. They observed the worrying spike in 24. They also observed the 31% increase, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nobody on that side made mention to that. Nobody on this side made mention to that as well. So I'm edifying my good colleague from Tabakit. Madam Deputy Speaker, public policies, within that, there is something known as signaling. And what this government has done throughout their campaign, and when they stated that they're going to scrap the demerit point system, it sent a very troubling signal to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was said that they are going to scrap the system, immediately after they took office, a notable spike of road fatalities and deaths was recorded, and it is there for all to go and see. It continues, Madam Deputy Speaker, because of the negligence that was uttered by the Prime Minister and supported by her cabinet.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise again. 55-1B, there are 21 clauses in the bill. He is on clause 11 for the last. The honourable member remains on the same clause.
Member, I did say briefly, so let us move on, please.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you, but Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to make my contribution in silence, please, if you would. I sat and I was quiet while I heard everybody speak, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48.1, nothing in this bill is about demerit points.
I was up before her. Cool yourself. 53.1 E, F, and G, Madam Speaker.
Member, the member for this member was also interrupting as well, so it goes both ways. And for the ruling for the member for Shoguness East, I agree, overrule. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am going to elaborate on how these fines affect the citizens with respect to the road violation, the changes in the bills that were made with respect to road traffic violations. And the member for Tabakit doesn't want to hear, Madam Deputy Speaker, because he understands that the changes that they may have made and the signaling propagated a lot of deaths, Madam Deputy Speaker. So if you would, Madam Deputy Speaker, in another report, we had AZP News stating that the UNC government, Madam Deputy Speaker, as stated by the political leader, promised not to implement changes or raise fines across the board. Madam Deputy Speaker, promise made, promise broken. The thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must assess their position before governance, during the campaign, and what they are doing now, with respect to this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can recall in a UNC Cottage meeting, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Princess Town.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise again. 48.1, 55.1b. A UNC meeting on 21 clauses. What is the relevance of that? And 55.1b, he is still on clause 11.
Member for Tabakit, the member for Laventille does not have to go clause by clause. He can choose what he wants to debate on.
Good job. Great job, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the position of the government, I understand why they're stopping me, Madam Deputy Speaker. The truth hurts.
Yes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in opposition, the narrative of the government, the then opposition, was fines are a tax grab, enforcement is oppression, and the government would make fines lighter and focus on education. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am happy that nobody in the country held their breath, because they would have been grey and 6 feet under. Madam Deputy Speaker, none of that happened. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is why when they took office, nobody was surprised to hear at the Prime Minister's press conference, making note to the scrapping of the system. Nobody, and in addition to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the attitude and the entire demeanor of the public, Madam Deputy Speaker, totally negated safety. And we saw what that resulted in. We can now fast forward to 2025, Madam Deputy Speaker. where we can recall the President of the Republic of this nation urged the government to reconsider doing this, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the address of the 13th Republican Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can also recall that...
Madam Deputy Speaker, 48-8. You're not supposed to bring the President into the debate.
Agreed. Member, I ask that you withdraw.
Seeking clarification. Does President mean the President or the President of the Senate? Same 48-8, sir, Attorney General.
Member for Port of Spain South, the standing order also includes members of the Senate, and the President of the Senate is also a member of the Senate. So that's why I'm asking the member for Laventille to withdraw.
I withdraw, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, on July 10th, 2025, her Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation signed an order, Madam Deputy Speaker, limiting the demerit point regime to just 6 criminal offences. The Prime Minister looked on as the system was gutted, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the same time, this very finance bill, this government now raises fines sharply across the board for all traffic behaviors, ranging from $2,000 to $45,000 in some cases. So I'll put it plainly, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the PNM was in government, tough fines and the system was seen as a tax grab and a double whammy.
Yeah.
But now that the UNC is in government, Madam Deputy Speaker, even tougher fines, even steeper fines, without the system, are suddenly tough on road safety. These are the contradictions that we are trying to get past to bring some clarity to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clarity we're looking for. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just the PNM saying this. Once again, Arrive Alive has begged the government not to take this decision. They even pointed out the decrease by 50% that occurred, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was disregarded. The same Arrive Alive, Madam Deputy Speaker, noted for the first 4 months the obvious reduction of fatal accidents that occurred, Madam Deputy Speaker. They even noted, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is data from the TTPS and several other media reports. They have highlighted how post-COVID, the severity of crashes has increased and that nearly 2,000 people have died on our roads between 2010 and 2024. Madam Deputy Speaker, even international literature, the World Health Organization, they have effectively stated that a combination of elements will contribute to the reduction of road fatalities, Madam Deputy Speaker. These include graduated penalties, like the system, strong enforcement, infrastructure changes, and behavioral changes. And I would like to harp on behavioral changes based on how this bill was communicated to the public. It's almost as if they got a free license to race and be reckless on the road. Madam Deputy Speaker,
big fines. Oh, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, in the attempts to fulfill their very populistic and political promises, Mr. Speaker, I believe these increases, these very steep increases, are being laid upon the population and the backs of the people of Lavantillis Mova. And this is what we cannot have. Now, if you live in a low-income household in Lavantillis Mova, Mr. Speaker, a fine of $20,000 to $40,000, this is not just a nudge. This could be classified as a financial death sentence. Yep. And I can attest to that. I can recall a very challenging time in my life where I was obviously living in Lavantillis Mova, still living there, working on the East-West Corridor, going to school in San Fernando. And I got a ticket for holding a remote in my hand that I used to navigate my radio. I got a $1,000 ticket for that. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that $1,000 ticket could have made or break me. It could have made or broken me, Mr. Speaker. And if people begin to believe that the system is arbitrary, Mr. Speaker, or purely punitive or revenue-driven, I can only say that the people will indeed respect it less. And that, Mr. Speaker, is how you lose cultural compliance, especially given that it was built over a painstaking 10 years. Raising fines, Mr. Speaker, they do not result in a decrease in vehicular accidents or less fatalities. The architecture of the demerit point system that they scrapped did. Mr. Speaker, the PNM government raised $72 million via traffic offenses. And this government proposes to raise $200 million. Mr. Speaker, this means that the government, indirectly, they are hoping that people commit offenses several times over. More contradictory statements and angles, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it's fair to raise $200 million off the backs of the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you wish your 15 minutes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to argue if drunk drivers or reckless drivers should get a blind. That is not what I'm here to do. But there's a difference between being firm and being punitive. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, is purely punitive. As when you combine that scrapping the system, raising the fines, and combining that with prison time, it is clear to see, Mr. Speaker, that this was done without any visible or funded plans for retroactive justice, restorative justice, public education, or behavioral change programs. It was not planned with any of those, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, if a young man in Mova is caught without his physical permit on him, according to Section 56, Mr. Speaker, should he be seen as a source of revenue as opposed to a young man? Mr. Speaker, at the very least, we must ask, can the fine be proportionate and linked to driver education obligations? Or can repeat offenders be channeled into structured, supervised programs rather than simply sent into the prison system? We're looking at reform and restorative approaches. Mr. Speaker, I have already acknowledged some of the positive that may come of this bill. But what we are prepared to reject is the mere fact that this plan was not holistic. It was not a holistic one, and it was purely revenue-driven. Mr. Speaker, this takes me to a broader point, and I am sure the member from Tunapuna could appreciate this. Road safety, Mr. Speaker, it is not separate and apart from fighting crime, nor is it separate and apart from a modern transportation system or modernization of the transportation system. A modern and safe transportation system, Mr. Speaker, it is reliable, it is affordable, you can utilize intelligent traffic management, which comprises of CCTV, which also includes automatic number plate recognition, which has been a proven tool internationally for tracking stolen vehicles, kidnappings, and the movement of guns and ammunition. We also could have looked at well-designed roads, lighting for pedestrians in high-risk districts. Mr. Speaker, there were so many different avenues that the government could have taken as opposed to hiking crime and threatening prison time. Mr. Speaker, what about expanding and renewing the PTSC fleet and maxi-taxi partnerships? Fixing policies and critical black spots? What about integrating traffic cameras and demerit systems for a wider crime fighting strategy? Mr. Speaker, traffic enforcement done properly, it is a crime fighting tool. It is that. And by weakening the system, Mr. Speaker, hiking the fines, the government continues to send mixed signals. What is the objective? What is the objective? As we already know that raising fines, they do not equate to less lives being lost. Mr. Speaker, I would like to close right where I began. In my constituency, a road death is never a statistic. And this, Mr. Speaker, is why the PNM in government, they supported tough laws. They supported the demerit point system. They supported cameras. They supported public education, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to hiking fines and virtually threatening the citizens and trying to raise $200 million off of their backs while hoping and praying that they commit offenses. Mr. Speaker, this bill in opposition, Mr. Speaker, this government, refer to that as a tax grab. Yet in government, they're proposing higher fines. Mr. Speaker, today, I will say yes to saving lives on the road, yes to modernizing our transportation and integrating road safety with crime fighting. I will say yes to supporting civil societies and community initiatives. But, Mr. Speaker, today I will say no to this bill because it is punitive, it is not holistic, it is tough on words, it is weak in action, and it is weak in design. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge some positive elements, but I am not, and I am sure this side is not going to endorse this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
No, hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. No. The issue in this is whether a standing order, there exists a standing order that prevents the Minister of Finance from doing what he wants. Can somebody assist me with that?
Mr. Speaker, as I understand the standing orders, is this whoever puts up their hand and catches the speakers? Of course it is. What do you mean no? And there was also a conversation between both sides about the number of speakers.
One having spoken on one side. Well, no, it normally doesn't work, but it normally does work that way. It normally does work that way. If the Minister of Finance wishes to avail himself of the standing orders, there's nothing I could do. Huh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just spent the last 45 minutes listening to a member of parliament speak. Listening to a member of parliament speak on one point, and everything that he said contradicted everything else that he said. On the one hand, the honourable member for Laventille East Morva expressed great concern from his ChatGPT text, expressed great concern about the level of carnage in our roads. How emotional, as usual, he had a reference, how emotional he was when he knew somebody who went through this process and there was a death, and there was, can I speak please? And there was a death. Mr. Speaker, he was very, very concerned, as he should be. And ironically, the very same member then says he's not going to support actions designed to prevent exactly the fear and concern that he has described. Mr. Speaker, but he didn't stop there. The honourable member for Laventille East Morva said something, and I want to put it on record, Mr. Speaker, for those innocent heirs who may have heard it and believed it. The member of Parliament for Laventille East Morva said...
Standing Order 53(1) E, F and G.
Thank you very much. I will not be disturbed by the rantings and ravings of those opposite, Mr. Speaker, because when they had the chance to speak, they didn't. They ran. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Laventille East Morva said that clauses 10 and 11 somehow targeted constituents of Laventille East Morva. Mr. Speaker, that is a dangerous statement, and it must not be left alone, Mr. Speaker, because it is absolutely untrue. Absolutely untrue. And I expect better from the honourable member. I expect better from the honourable member. He's young in this chamber, and I hope that he does not listen to those members on his right who will mislead him and misguide him. Please stay focused, Chief. The legislation today, the same legislation you referred to, is here to prevent road traffic incidents. It is to protect the citizens of this country, the same persons that you are supposed to represent. What is unfortunate is you seem to believe that the very constituents that you are serving, because that is your defense, the very constituents that you are serving are lawbreakers. And they are not. They are not. So therefore, this legislation could not at all be targeting. This legislation, do not threaten me, sir. Do not threaten me. Do not threaten me. Behave yourself. This legislation...
Mr. Speaker, 53F, the members are disturbing the Minister of Finance, who is wrapping up the debate. 53F.
Yes, all right. Let's get some cooperation. Because all the time you all were complaining when the other side. So come, let's get some cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute level of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy to know the truth and to mislead the Honourable House and persons listening to this debate. It is an absolute level of hypocrisy. I expected better, but I'm not surprised. Mr. Speaker, I move on. I move on. There are several other comments, Mr. Speaker, that were raised. It pains me to reference the member for San Fernando East. It pains me. Mr. Speaker, the honorable gentleman started off by saying he felt he was living in a twilight zone. Mr. Speaker, he didn't even know where he was. He had no idea where he was, and I am not surprised, because the people of San Fernando East also for 5 years had no idea where he was. And it's even worse than that. The Ministry of Finance staff had no idea where he was. The member was missing in action, missing and in action. Mr. Speaker, in fact, Mr. Speaker, he went even worse. Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with clause 5 and a comment made both by the member for San Fernando East and the member for Arima. They made a big hullabaloo, big bacchanal, about clause 5. Clause 5 is very, very basic. As I said in my introduction to this piece of legislation at clause 5, I said that basically it is to empower the central bank to be able to be a repository of statistics, and that already happens in practice. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to them and believe what they are saying on the other side, this is a major violation of some sort. We are politicizing the collection of data. This is what the members opposite, the leader of the members opposite, member for Arima, said. But Mr. Speaker, you see, history, those who do not know history are doomed to repeat it. So allow me to save the members opposite. I have in my possession here, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Mr. Speaker, just for context, member for Arima, member for San Fernando East, member for Laventel East Mova, he only spoke about one thing which was irrelevant. Both said that there was something nefarious about clause 5. Something nefarious about somehow giving authority to central bank governor, the central bank, access to information. Undermining, the honorable member again, speaking about undermining the CSO. Mr. Speaker, I have in my possession here a letter, reference FEMD 8227, dated October 30th, 2023. That letter bears the letterhead of the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Colman Booth, Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, October 30th, 2023. This is what this letter said. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's addressed, you know who it's addressed to, Mr. Speaker? It's addressed to the Honorable Pennelope Beckles-Robinson, MP, Minister of Planning and Development, Level 14, Eric Williams Finance Building, because you see, they never used to talk, although they were in the same building in different floors. So these are two persons, the former Minister of Finance and the then Minister of Planning. The current leader of the PNM and the finance spokesman. I don't expect that you would even have a clue about this, because nobody knew where you were. You have no idea what was going on in the Ministry of Finance. So hush up and listen. Stay quiet. Stay quiet and pay attention.
Mr. Finance, please, you're too experienced for that.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize profusely. For losing my temper based on the ranting and ravings of those opposite, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that I'm not referencing the Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, because he would have no idea of what was going on in the Ministry of Finance, because he was simply never there. Mr. Speaker, this letter from the Ministry of Finance, by the then Minister of Finance...
53-1, the member for San Fernando East, I'm trying to hear the Minister of Finance.
San Fernando East, you know I gave you a lot of leeway, and I enforced the rules when you were speaking. So I just ask you to respect the process.
Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. The truth offense. Mr. Speaker, I just want to quote one part of this very long letter. Again, addressed from the former Minister of Finance to the member for Arima. And this is paragraph 2 of the letter, addressing the long-standing issue of net errors and omissions, that is NEOs in Trinidad and Tobago's balance of payments account. And this was the recommendation of this letter by the then Minister of Finance. He says, and I quote, "As you know, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago compiles the BOP, that's the balance of payments, for Trinidad and Tobago under delegated authority from the Central Statistical Office. However, neither entity possesses the final delegation order since the late 1980s. It is therefore necessary for a new delegation order to be finalized, for which there have been ongoing discussions since 2019. Settling this delegation order is critical in the CBTT's resolving the larger NEOs issue, as some companies request this order be providing the relevant information, thus hampering the CBTT's ability to accurately report on the country's inflows and outflows in the various BOP accounts." Mr. Speaker, just for paraphrasing this, what this is a letter by the then Minister of Finance, the PNM Minister of Finance, the former Minister of Finance, pleading with the Member of Parliament for Arima, the current Member of Parliament for Arima, then Minister of Planning, to allow exactly what we are doing here today. The same thing they are criticizing today is what they were pleading for then. Mr. Speaker, but the Member of Parliament for Arima, even at that time, ignored it. So 2024, and again, the member for San Fernando East wouldn't know about this either because he simply was absent. In 2024, a CARTAC report recommended, and I quote, "the finalization of the notification of delegation of functions to give the CBTT the authority to compile the ESS. With the delegation of functions, the CBTT can strengthen the wording on its survey." Mr. Speaker, a CARTAC report on 2024. This is a report, Mr. Speaker, for which the government would have identified that there was a problem and sought approval and financing to find a solution. And this is the solution that was provided by this CARTAC report. This is 2024. Mr. Speaker, would you believe they did nothing about it? They did nothing about it. If the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast was here, he would acknowledge that this is true. So today, when we propose a solution, they gripe, they complain, they whine. But Mr. Speaker, this is the very same solution that they wanted on that side when they were here. But when they're on that side, all of a sudden, they oppose for opposing's sake. That is so unfortunate and so characteristic of all of those members of opposition. Mr. Speaker, I want to treat with another piece of misinformation that the lazy Member of Parliament for San Fernando East put in the public information. It is misinformation. And while I would like to say,
I think the use of the word lazy is unfortunate and unwarranted. But I'm going to ask you to withdraw it, Minister of Finance. But Diego Martin Central, can I remind you of some of the words used by San Fernando East? I'll call it out, you know.
Besides that, what did I say? Mr. Speaker, there is no need.
It's counterproductive.
You've made a ruling and I abide by that.
Withdraw the lazy. No, you said much more than that. Trust me. I have it all written down here. It's counterproductive to get into it.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the use of that term, but I want to make a point. The point, Mr. Speaker, yes, non-productive. It demonstrates a lack of ambition, a lack of a lack of willingness to work hard. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, and he could bleat as much as he wants in this attempt to distract. The Member of Parliament for San Fernando East said in this chamber referring to clause 14 of the bill, and he says, and I quote because I took notes of what he said, because I knew that he would misinform, because that is his nature. Mr. Speaker, this is what he says, and I quote, clause 14 of the bill would amend the External Loans Act in section 3.1 to increase the limit of borrowing externally to 45,000 million TT dollars. Mr. Speaker, he says again, they are raising the external limit from 50 million to $45 billion, end quote. Mr. Speaker, if the honorable gentleman would spend 5 minutes on his phone checking Google, checking the legislation, using the staff that the Parliament and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, this government, pays for him. If he had done some preliminary research, he would know that this is not true. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that he did not know that what he was presenting was untrue. Because if he knew, and he still said it, Mr. Speaker, then that's a different matter altogether. But assuming that he did not know, Mr. Speaker, assuming that he did not know, because lots of things finance-related flies over his head, completely flies over his head, Mr. Speaker. Because this is one example. All it took was for a look at the legislation, and he would be clear and clean, Mr. Speaker. But that's not what happened. But even if he didn't know, even if he was too busy doing God knows what to do his research, Mr. Speaker, if he had paid attention to what he was anxious to criticize, if he had only done that, he would have heard me say, Mr. Speaker, in this very chamber in the introduction. And if you had listened, you would have saved yourself the embarrassment and shame. Clause 14 increases the statutory ceiling to 45,000 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars from the $30,500 million as exists now. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference? Mr. Speaker, he can't understand. You know why? I don't know if stick breaking his ears or what. I have moved on, Mr. Speaker. I have moved on. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the honourable member for San Fernando East does not have a clue. So I want to say this. He spent a lot of time trying to convince the country and the listening audience that somehow he is this genius. Somehow he can educate other persons. Mr. Speaker, I can claim clearly that I paid for my education. I could boast about that. Myself and my family paid for my education. So I could stand on what I said. He stood up, the honourable member stood up across there and spoke about and tried to explain the law of diminishing returns. Mr. Speaker, every single person who listened to the member's contribution started to suffer from the law of diminishing returns from the time he said, Mr. Speaker. Everybody else started to turn off, Mr. Speaker. It seems that the apple didn't just fall from the tree. It fell, it rolled down the hill, and it got lost in the bushes. It still is true. It is true. It still is true. You have poor representation of your name. Mr. Speaker, he repeatedly spoke.
Mr. Speaker, 48-1. Can the member not refer to my deceased father, please? I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's not get into the personalization of it.
Mr. Speaker, I have not mentioned the honourable member's father today, you know.
Do yourself no favors by sitting down there and continuing the loud muttering, you know. You really do yourself no favors, and you do the House and all of us. Let's just get on with it. You complain, but then you participate.
Mr. Speaker, I have not mentioned anybody's parents in this except for my own, when I boasted about how I solicited my education. But if some things bother some people more than they care to talk about, that's a matter for them, not a matter for me. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for San Fernando spoke about blood money. We're trying to raise blood money because that's a graphic that he's trying to portray. That is the graphic he's trying to portray. Mr. Speaker, he also said that this is a penalty. The member for Arima described it as a deceptive and dangerous piece of legislation designed to inflict further pain on Trinidad and Tobago. And her team on that side thumped the desk, celebrating what she was saying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me explain quickly, maybe just one or two of these clauses, so that the listening audience, the population, will know what those members opposite seem to think are nasty, horrendous, evil pieces of legislation. Clause 10, and I would not do like my goodly friend on the opposite side and talk forever and ever, amen, and not make a point. Clause 10. Clause 10A speaks about increasing the fines when persons fail to transfer their vehicle. They fail to complete the documentation so that the vehicle is transferred when it is purchased. Mr. Speaker, when that happens, when somebody does not transfer a vehicle, and the current owner of the vehicle is not the person driving, because that person may have purchased, but transfer has not taken place, and an accident takes place, the original owner may not be able to be found. It has happened already. That is why this legislation is here in the first place. The owner cannot be found. So there is no recourse now for the victim of an accident because the owner of the car cannot be found. But that it is an offense. And the only time that this offense takes place is when somebody breaks the law. The members opposite says, no. Keep it as it is. Allow it to happen. Allow people to purchase a vehicle and move on and use it on the roads without transferring it. That is what they want to happen. That is against the welfare and the benefit of the public, Mr. Speaker. Another example, clause 10B. A vehicle is overloaded, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been multiple examples where overloaded vehicles in this country have been involved in road accidents and road fatalities. We are increasing the penalties here. They say no. They're comfortable. They're comfortable with it. But you know, Mr. Speaker, what happens? In the instance that there's an accident where a vehicle is overloaded, the insurance policy is negated because they would have breached the insurance by carrying more than the load it's supposed to be carrying. Mr. Speaker, that means that there's no protection for the victim. That is what they are encouraging. That is what they are supporting, the absence of protection for a victim, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, subclause C. In subclause C, an offense is created and the penalty is increased where somebody is caught without a driver's permit, driving a vehicle without a driver's permit. In the instant that there's an accident or an incident in which there's loss of life or damage, there is no insurance coverage to protect persons suffering as a result. We are trying to introduce legislation, we are trying to increase the penalties to make sure that persons know that if you're caught without a driver's permit, you will be severely penalized. So therefore, you must get your driver's permit. They are saying no. Because for them, it is okay to drive without a driver's permit. It is okay for that to happen. And then members opposite will come and complain and cry bitterly that their colleagues and their friends died. And therefore some change. Mr. Speaker, those things should not happen. Another one, the use of F, an increased penalty for the use of a vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Mr. Speaker, that's predictable. There have been multiple examples, and if my learned friend had gone past Google and checked the TTPS website, he would have known the number of persons who would have been involved in road traffic accidents, the number of times persons would have been stopped under the influence of alcohol, the risk that those things have for life, limb, and property. We are here trying to save people's lives, and members of the People's National Movement, members opposite, are saying no, they're not supporting the increased penalties, which, Mr. Speaker, that is ludicrous, that is unpatriotic, that is inhumane, and that's very sad, Mr. Speaker. That is why, you see, Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. The population of this country knows exactly what we are talking about. That's why they rejected them. That's so for the member of parliament from Arima to come and say, take a quick poll, this is a punishment plan, and it's against, Mr. Speaker, this is a punishment plan. But the punishment is against criminals. It is against persons who are in the situations where lives can be lost. I am really hopeful that after all of this, Mr. Speaker, that those members opposite would wake up, gain a conscience, understand the need to save and protect citizens of this country, and not wait till other things happen to persons using the road, Mr. Speaker. Not wait until there's a death before they jump out of themselves and support. You have the chance, gain a conscience, find a conscience somewhere and support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the member for San Fernando East and the member for Arima again referred to the business levy as the same as the property tax. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many more times we must say it in this parliament for them to learn, for those members opposite to learn, that it is absolutely not true. You see, Mr. Speaker, I have realized that sometimes when they stop listening, they have stopped listening. So they sit in their bathrooms or wherever, talk to themselves in the mirror, and convince themselves of what the truth really is. Mr. Speaker, property tax under the People's National Movement was a penalty against somebody who owns a property, especially, in fact, this was about residential property. And it was based on a zero income. There were so many newspaper articles, I don't know where they're living. There were so many newspaper articles where poor individuals were showing their homes, saying, where did they get this valuation from? I am not renting my home. Why do I have to pay a rental tax for a home that I'm not renting? How did the value get so high? They did worse than that. They did worse than that, Mr. Speaker. They threatened to take people to court so individuals will lose their property, residences. That is this heartless P&M. That is what the P&M property tax was. It was based on fake income. There's nothing around there's nothing similar here to the current legislation. The Honourable Member for Arima wanted me to commit that this legislation treats with commercial properties, and not the mom and pop. Mr. Speaker, common sense sometimes is not very common. I'm sorry to be so charitable to my colleague. By definition, if you are renting a property from person A to person B, and that property is generating an income, that is a commercial activity. If you are paying me to rent my property, that is a commercial activity, and that is exactly what the legislation is designed to focus on. Mr. Speaker, but you see, when you have an intention to create a narrative of fear and paranoia, you will seek every possible chance. What I'm appealing to those members opposite not to do is not to misinform the population. This fear tactic and fear-mongering that they seem to be anxious to do. Remember, for San Fernando East, every 2 sentences he talks about is devaluation. The obsession with devaluation is because they have no idea. The same member want to know where we're getting the money from, how are we going to enforce this, etc., etc., etc. Because you see, they spend the time dismantling the Board of Inland Revenue. They spend the time dismantling Customs and Excise. They spend the time under-resourcing the police service. And those are the very agencies that will implement this legislation. But you see, we were not sitting silent and asleep like they have been for the last 7 months. We have equipped the police service. We have equipped the Customs and Excise Division. We have equipped the Board of Inland Revenue. And Customs, Immigration, and Police, those agencies' compliance units are present, available, and will be pursuing this legislation. Mr. Speaker, they want to know where the money coming from. That is because they are anxious to cover up. Mr. Speaker, illegal gambling is a scourge in this country. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, illegal gambling in this country is a scourge. Too many persons are involved in it. But it is not just the persons and the illegal gambling itself. There's a culture that goes with it. It is linked directly, based on what we are told by the police service. It is linked to money laundering. It is linked to other types of crime, including drug trafficking, prostitution. Mr. Speaker, everything is wrong with that. We are seeking to legislate today to stop illegal gambling in this country. That is what we're seeking to do here. And I'm appealing again for members opposite to understand the severity of this. Why in the world, if we establish that this is a criminal enterprise, why in the world would any patriotic citizen be against that? Unless, Mr. Speaker, unless, and I leave the rest for the members of the population. It has been my recourse and I've said it enough times, every single time we have come to this parliament to bring legislation to treat with crime, to confront criminal and criminal conduct. The members opposite have stood in the gap. They have refused to support it. Today is just one more instance. Today, Mr. Speaker, as I close, today, as usual, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this finance bill is designed largely to protect citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, before I go, the NIB, the member for Arima complained bitterly about us raising contribution rates. Mr. Speaker, they knew that the National Insurance Fund was in crisis. They knew that. The members opposite knew that. They also knew that if something was not done urgently, we will get to a time within a few years, less than 10 years. It was decided in 2019, less than 10 years it will happen, where we would have a situation where persons will not be able to get maternity benefits, pensions, other kinds of health benefits, Mr. Speaker, injury benefits, a series of them, Mr. Speaker. They knew that there was a crisis where somebody would have worked all their lives in the public service, hoping that in the event that they retire, they will have access to a pension, legitimately so. They would have contributed and have expectations. They knew that the crisis existed where the situation would be that if we didn't fix it fast, something would have to be done. And Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, when she was leader of the opposition, presented in this very chamber a list of options for fundraising, for generation of revenue, that was proposed by the then government in this very chamber. Mr. Speaker, one of those actions was to increase the contribution rate and the age of persons for retirement. That was two of the actions proposed by Cabinet Note. Mr. Speaker, so it is not like the members opposite didn't know. They knew that there was a crisis and they knew what the solution was. But Mr. Speaker, they preferred to do nothing because they do not care what happens to poor people. They do not care what happens to public servants. They come here to talk about small man, small man, small man, small man. Mr. Speaker, where was this concern for the small man when they were jamming property tax on people, Mr. Speaker? Where were the concerns? Where were the concerns for the small man when they were raising gas prices and laughing again and again and again, and they're right yet? Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that the PNM, the People's National Movement, was never about the people. For them, PNM meant people never matter. That is what they mean. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken the bull by its horns. We have taken deliberate action. We are about protecting people. We have brought the legislation here. Members have said we are trying to hide it. I don't know how we could hide anything in public because this is a public document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions for a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Finance Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Members, the question is that the Finance Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. This House shall now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 7.
The question is that clauses 1 to 7 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 7 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 8.
Question is that clause 8, as per the part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there are a series of amendments that have been circulated to members opposite. These amendments deal specifically with the adjustments to the National Insurance Act to ensure that what we have proposed previously, we have specified the processes for doing so.
Just a question to the Minister.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, what is the fundamental difference between the circulated amendments and the clause in the actual bill that we just debated?
All right, so the amendments are much more detailed in terms of both the content and the language, but the effect is the same.
Well, so it's just more a detailed recitation of what is in the actual bill?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I also see through you that there are a lot of amendments that affect the schedules to the Act. Did you think to just tabulate them so we could have seen what existed before? Or could you provide us with that after?
I'm not sure.
The bulk of the amendments seem to affect second schedule and third schedule, etc. Do you think you can commit to us after to give us a compendium of that at some point in time? No, just,
yeah,
you don't know law, hush.
I'm advised, no, please.
All right, let's come on. The Minister is answering. Come on, let's stop that.
I'm advised that these are new tables, and therefore there's no real comparison, but there are several other tables here. Table C1E, for example, and C1F relate to prior periods, table C2E. Remember, if you want, we could provide all the tables here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It will be a compendium after.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr.
But I suppose at some point in time, law revision will deal with that. The question is that clause 8 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 8 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 9 to 17.
The question is that clauses 9 to 17 stand part of the bill. Thank
you very much, Chair. Minister, I'm looking at clause 15. The composition of the new composition, the proposed composition of the board. And I observed that the president at 2 or 3, subclause 3, the president shall appoint the commissioners under subsection 2, B, C, and D. My question is the president going to be making that appointment in his or own deliberate judgment, I see you smiling, or on the advisement of the cabinet?
I'm smiling, sir, because based on Section 80, it is going to be based on the advice of the cabinet.
So the proposed members, well, you're adding an attorney at law with at least 10 years experience, an accountant with at least 10 years experience, and those two professionals would be recommended by the cabinet to the president for the appointment. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The question is that clauses 9 to 17 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 9 to 17 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 18.
The question is that clause 18 be amended. Sorry. Minister of Finance.
We have no amendments here. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, in clause 96, we are changing the word landlord business and substituting the word electricity. Okay. It is in clause 18, and it's a proposed amendment to clause 96. What it means now is that the script will read, the President may remit or refund the whole or any part of the electricity surcharge payable or paid, as the case may be, by any person if he is satisfied that it would be just and equitable to do so. So that's the basis of the change, it's just a cleaning up.
Yeah. Member, I think, for clarification, if I could perhaps have some assistance, it amends Section 96 of the Miscellaneous Taxes Act. So I think that's where the confusion was.
Yes, Chairman, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. It's not pellucidly clear out as they have it.
No,
here.
It's not. So perhaps...
Should they not refer to it though, Chair?
Well, I suppose that's a matter for law revision once again.
It will make...
You should refer to it specifically.
Specifically to show what's... The new section referred to.
Yeah, this is not a new clause 96. Okay. Sorry, this is a new clause 96. Mm-hmm. So we are amending the new clause 96. So that is, sorry. Yes,
no, but you're not getting the chairman's point.
Correct. Correct.
Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister of Finance, I was wondering if in clause 18 in the section that treats with the landlord surcharge, landlord business surcharge, if there was any consideration of the inclusion of a clause and subclauses that deal with deferral of tax and specifying specific, if you would consider specific groups, such as persons who are earning a senior citizen's pension, have a disability grant or a public assistance grant or anything like that. I think it would be in line with a lot of what your colleague from Caroni Central was saying earlier. Very clearly.
No,
YouTube
I
speaks
hear you,
there.
member, but that clause that we're referring to, that is clause 96, specifically gives the president the authority to do exactly that. The president by, so just to repeat, just for clarification, because I think it answers your question. Tell me again.
So, if I could read this section, if I, whilst President may remit or refer.
Minister of Finance and Chairman, just to be clear, I have seen the clause that you are speaking to. In that sense, it then becomes subjective as opposed to laying out a criteria that people will know, especially those who would fall into that mom and pop and that group of persons who will, and they will know that there is an exemption or a deferral that could be available to them.
Thank you very much for your intervention, member. I'm referring to the clause 85.
Yes.
That is on page 29 of the bill as well. On that clause, there's an exemption for several items, as I would have mentioned in my presentation, several items, in addition to which there's an option for any, and I quote, any other person or entity as the minister may by order specify.
Minister, I do have it highlighted. My position still stands, the recommendation still stands. The subclauses before that really speak to not people, but entities. And in this subclause E that you're referring to, again, this does now become subjective and open to interpretation. So, Minister, as I say, it is a recommendation.
Clause 18.
Mr. Member, I take your comment on the guidance. However, I think we want to stick with the options as we have it now because we believe that we are properly configured, the legislation is properly configured as it is to treat with any such eventuality that may arise.
To the Honourable Minister. Minister, when you look at the landlord business surcharge and how it is couched, do you think it may be efficacious to place a mechanism that could at least soften or regulate the cost transfer to the eventual loser, the tenant? Do you think that that is something that you would want to consider? The 2.5% for the quarterly rental income, where the gross quarterly rental income is $20,000 or less, and the 3.5%.
Proposal to make in that regard? You have an amendment you want to propose in that regard?
I would ask, and it is within your purview, to put a limit on at least how much of that can be added on to the end user, at least at one point. Put a cap on it. It shall not exceed 2.5%. That will soften the blow, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it?
Thank you, Mr. Member. I'm advised that the government is currently reviewing the rent restriction legislation, which will treat with exactly those sorts of conditionalities. So I thank you very much for your suggestion.
That's it?
Yeah, question.
Member for Lupino.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, looking at the single-use plastics section, which is a proposed amendment to the Miscellaneous Taxes Act in Clause 18. Specifically, what it proposed to do at Section 99 of that Act, which is the power of the President to remit or refund in whole or in part any customs duty under Section 9 of the Customs Act, which applies mutatis mutandis to the single-use plastics. My question, Minister, is that the revenues to be derived under this new tax regime, is it the policy of the government to remit the revenues to the solid waste management company so that they can undertake recycling programs and other environmentally friendly projects around the country?
Mr. Chair, before the Minister engages, I just want to bring your attention to Standing Order 69-1, please. And I could read it for the benefit of members. Any committee to which a bill is committed after second reading shall not discuss the general merits and principles of the bill, but only its details.
To really introduce this puerile standing order when we're having such a fruitful discussion, man.
Okay, let's, all right, hang on a second. I think we're having a fruitful discussion, but remember, I'm not entirely sure whether an inquiry as framed in the way you framed it is appropriate for a committee stage. I think that's a matter of policy, rather, as to which entity it might be remitted to. So I think that's really a question of policy and doesn't fall within the framework of what we're doing here. Yeah, you can reframe. Yeah, sure, you can reframe.
The funds to be remitted to the consolidated funds, because I'm not seeing a provision directly stating that the funds to be derived from the single-use plastic tax, that it will be deposited into the consolidated fund or to any other fund that exists currently.
It goes into the consolidated fund. Thank you.
I would imagine by operation of law, that's the natural consequence of it. Okay, shall I put the question now? Okay, Barataria. Okay, the question is that clause 18 as amended stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Be amended as circulated.
We have one more amendment, Mr. Chair. In paragraph B of the proposed 11th schedule, we are seeking to insert the word EXX, that is, before the words 3924 full stop 10 full stop 00.
Any questions? Minister, I suppose that's just the customs, the CIF, the declaration,
yes, it is
right?
just
The
the
THN declaration.
Correct.
Designation, great. All right, so the question is that clause 18 be amended as circulated. Those in favor? Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 18 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 19 and 20.
The question is that clauses 19 and 20 stand part of the bill. Question is that clauses 19 and 20 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 19 and 20 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 21.
The question is that clause 21 be amended as stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Chair, we have a proposed amendment. We have two proposed amendments. Sorry. We have several proposed amendments. These amendments have been circulated, Mr. Chair. Do we want to deal with them item by item, one by one of the amendments, since the amendments haven't, in fact, been circulated?
Right.
Yes, please.
Together. Are there any questions on these proposed amendments as circulated? No. No. Okay. Right. So. Is that clauses 19 and 20 be amended? Clause 21, sorry, be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 21 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 22 and 23.
Question is that clauses 22 and 23 stand part of the bill. Question is that clauses 22 and 23 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 22 and 23 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the House. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Finance Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Finance Bill 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Clerk will read the long title of the bill.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
Honourable members, I propose now to revert to earlier matter on the order paper that was before.
Introduction of bills. the Summary Offences Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Attorney General.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Honourable Attorney General, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1A, I beg to move that the next stage of the Summary Offences Amendment Bill 2025 be taken on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Summary Offences Amendment Bill 2025 be taken on Tuesday, December 9, 2025. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday, 9 December at 1:30 p.m.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do now stand adjourned to Tuesday, 9th December at 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned to Tuesday, 9th December 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Good night, everyone.